Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and I'm going to try to do a live stream. I say try to do a live stream. Well, let me show you why I'm saying that. So this is what I get to see. Here's YouTube Studio. I've refreshed it once already, and it shows me there's 4 people there, but I can't see anything about you. And presumably I can see anything in live chat because I popped out the window. See, this should be anybody on stream. But I now can no longer even see what I'm streaming. So let me know if anything's coming through, because I don't get to find out about that. It worked last week. YouTube has updated this by breaking it. So this is how it's going to be from now on. If it completely fails to even be able to stream at all, maybe I'll simply have to stop doing it. But for the time being, I've got stuff to do. And among that is I can show you the work I've been doing on Dark Meter. But then I can also show you, hey, Electro-Soul System says it's working. Well, this is what I get to see. Formerly, it would update itself and come to life, but this is not the case. So not a lot of point in me seeing that. But let me see now. Hey, Boxcar. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Again, this is what I get to see, so I will not be able to tell whether my stream is working. It's YouTube for you, go figure. There's nothing I can do about it. Here's some work that I have been doing recently, and it's going to be coming through my speakers. I've done a little work with Dark Meter. Watch this. The numbers over here are the low frequency stuff, and the numbers over here are what the peaks are doing. And you can do this. I can make it bigger now. So what this is showing me, I can make it a little smaller than that, is that my hi-hats are kind of on the loud side. See, these days what happens with Dark Meter is that if your brightness goes all the way up past green, past cyan, it will go to completely white. And rather than drawing lines up through the bottom of the meter, it does this now. The blue dots up here are actually bassiness. So what I've got here is sort of an all bass and treble track. You can skip over to this one. See, there is a cyan dot, but most of these are slightly brighter than they need to be. Again, all of this was mixed by ear on the day of recording. So if I had this tool, I would probably have been able to mix it to my taste better, but I have this tool now, and it's going to be included in Console H and Console X2. And yeah, this is my Welcome to Free Luna album. Part of what's being shown here is the low end stuff here. That's all zero cross meter rendering in here. I don't have much in the way of additional tracks on Welcome to Free Luna that seem different, but I can open up, for instance, this, and That's the Bastel-Castel stuff, which always used to come across as blue dots in the original meter. So if we run it now, we'll see that I have more of a range of what it's producing now. And a lot of extremely low frequency stuff, because that's consistent with what this synth produces. And it is in fact showing some of the stuff that I meant to show regarding how these peak energies line up. Also, we're seeing some high frequency energy showing up here, but it's not terribly loud. This appears to be what this gem does. When you see these slightly whiter dots in there, that means high frequency information. How high up it is how loud that is. And one of my targets for this stuff is make things that will, let me try, I think I mixed this one with the intention of using meter in the process. So this is not mixed optimally, but we are seeing high frequency stuff, sometimes quiet, sometimes quite loud. This is consistent with modern mixes, by the way. You have to get pretty retro to not see any white dots. So you're going for like what color is there and where it's there. This is a console-like mix. And one of the things I have going on is a low kick in here. And you can see that the low kick is like down below 40 hertz. My lines there labeled 60 and 50. That's consistent. I took a day to sort of measure it up properly. And my extreme subs are bigger than they need to be there. So yeah, another example of doing something that is not actually mixed correctly. And I can have a look at this one. That's more typical rock instrumentation. Run that one on dark meter. And we've got a little more in the way of having the mix give you a peak energy, which firstly is not going as low into the bass and is actually doing a sort of, watch this. So that part where the high note got brighter and brighter, you see it turn cyan. And then as it turns from the synth into the guitar, it goes fully bright, and you see that in that little speckle of white there. So if you didn't want it to go quite as bright as that, you would adjust it until that came in as cyan rather than white. Or if you didn't want it to jump out and distract like that, you'd maybe keep it the same color. But it will show you what colors you're making and how low your bass is going with the zero cross meter. Again, this side is what the lines mean zero cross meter wise. So it's going down to a little below 80 hertz, but we're not getting much 60, 50, or 40. And then this side is what these dots mean, and it's how loud they are. And the size of the dot is correlated to RMS. So there's a hint of RMS in this as well. And with that, I will shut that down. I just gave you a little glimpse of what that stuff was about. And again, I cannot see my own stream, so enjoy, and if something goes wrong, tell me about it. If you have any questions, ask me. Oh, hi, we have a JetBrains Rider update? Okay. Well, I'm not using this, so fine. But it does claim bug fixes and stability improvements, so we'll see how that works. I don't do auto updates because updates can give you a situation where everything's just straight up broken. So I'd prefer to run into that when expected rather than not expecting it, not knowing, oh, hey, I've just initiated updates. And let's see now. If I move this appropriately, I should be able to set it on the screen. Which again, I cannot see whether I'm actually streaming or not because YouTube has broken. But I can still stream, and will do that unless I am forced not to. And I even get to show you what I've been doing since we last saw Counterpart. So that yellow stuff, that is a light, if I'm not mistaken. I am mistaken, it's not, but there is a light there. Light is being shown by this circular thingy. So I've been doing a bit of work on this. Yeah. Let me show you what that made. Here we are in here. We're going to set the level to some impressive amount that should still work. A number of things I mean to do today. One of them is I would like to create the shots that the original version of the game could do. I have the graphic for them, but I need to set that up. That will initiate letting the bots also fire shots to show you where to go. But I can show you what we've got. I believe that will give me the 300 bots. $300 may be more than I actually want here, but here's our bots in a large asteroid field. And you can see we can keep going in this direction. Now, among the things I've done here is set this up so that it kind of tries to go to the asteroid field look. I know this is darker than it was before, but this is where I left off. There's about 27 guys in every direction for each one that you can see. And we can fly up to these bots, which are, they will bounce off of the asteroids. I don't have shots happening, but we do have everybody represented in sort of every direction. They're just a little hard to see on the screen when I'm looking at it through the video lights and all. The video lights that let me be visible even though I can't tell whether I'm still streaming or not. That'll be amusing, seeing how that goes. And we've even got the endgame thing, which I might try to, I can rerun it, I suppose, until I find one that I can recognize. I don't know if I remember what blue wallpaper looks like. It would be funny if it was this guy. I don't think it is. It was. So I lucked out. So here's how the game ends now. Is you get to hit a key, and all of these guys are flooding towards you in the same way that the original game on the 2D surface did. Although there's a tendency of them to cluster up. So you sit looking at this until you hit whatever key. For instance, escape gets me the ability to get the mouse cursor back. So I could put up some kind of button saying click to go to the next level, and then click on that and it would let me go to the next level. Or I can hit escape again, and we're back to controlling it using the 3D behavior. One thing I can probably show, see that little blinky thing over there in the distance? That's our group of bots. And so is the thing way off in the other distance, and then we've got another group coming to join them. And there they are. We've flown over to them, and now they are all heading in my direction. But if I keep going, you can see that it's going to continue to wrap around. And whatever direction I go, granted I'm looking at my own butt end there. If I go far enough, I will meet them from the front again. But we're also seeing how the asteroids are appearing. I may want to make them slightly brighter. Oh, I think I just went through a phantom. That one's not. I bounced off of him. So there, we can see a group of guys over there. And that's because that's those guys. We can see them in two places at once. In fact, possibly even three. Because there they are. And then there they also are through the wall, essentially. Not only that, you can also see them underneath and up top. See, there's another instance of them. You go down far enough, and you wrap through the floor and come back out the ceiling, and there they are again. See, this world is not as big as it looks. And then they are going to come in my direction. They're coming from above, because that's as near as they can get. And you're supposed to be able to relaunch and do the next level, which is the same number of bots plus 1. And we start out on level 1, which is meant to be a lot easier. And by that, it's kind of empty. There's not a lot going on. Arguably, you might want to start with a larger number there, but we only have 1. We don't even seem to have any asteroids at all. And that one that we saw, if I go in any direction long enough, I'll probably see it again, is the goal. You see it against the background very faintly. So you're meant to be able to catch it. You're meant to be able to touch it. And if I had the shots that the other ones had, that would become a little bit easier, because you'd shoot it and it would stop moving for a moment. That would make things easier. In the absence of that, I'll simply try to sneak up on it or ram it in some way. At which point it will say, found Trigger Plum Fairies, assuming that is the one. I think it is. I think there's only one in this first level, and that's it. It's a little tricky doing the maneuvering without being able to fire the zaps. That's the downside of this control system, of which I need to also put a sensitivity control. So, oh. And look at that, we have one asteroid. I had made a thing where the asteroids, and I think that is just one. Yeah, I can see its other instance up there, down there. These are all the same guys, because this is as large as the universe is. So we're basically looking at that one that way, that one that way. The ones that are not in the center here, those are all the rendering server instances. And the bot also shows multiple instances. It's a bit dark, I will grant you that. Let's see if I can win this level. It does not actually matter if that is the one in the world that I'm seeing. Oh, hello, are you a different one? I think there might be two of them in this world. Lost him. So there'll be one named Sugar Plum Fairies. I could also do with like naming these appropriately. Fussing with the controls, trying to ram the relative one. I feel like the other one might have actually been Sugar Plum Fairies, and this might be a different one. They are not necessarily easy to intersect when they move around like that. I think I might have touched that one, in which case that implies that this isn't the one I'm trying to touch. I could also do with having these bots ordered in order of difficulty, or they just don't move around as aggressively at low levels, and they move around more eagerly at high levels, making this finding them business more challenging. It is going to be hanging around in a particular location, but it's going to move because its texture color changes. And so I wonder whether I can find the other one, or whether I should just run it over again. Let's run it over again, see if I can get different results. One of the things I have to do here is, and okay, there's a purple one I'm looking for, Purpholstery. Their names are often, oh, and there is the void that comes to get you, and I need to put some graphical things going on that as well. But that doesn't have any gameplay value right at the moment. World of Bots seems kind of dark. I don't even see any moving specks. One of the things I had going with earlier versions of this was I had the world space contracting and being smaller. I do not know GoodWords plugins. Yeah, so this is kind of wild. It is possible that I need to search out this one, but it is dark and also rather placid and not moving around very much, so that could be challenging. Let's run it one more time, but this time I'll play it on level 3 rather than level 1. Level 1 is so bland that nothing's happening. This might be a little more going on. The one that I'm seeking is named Son of Aggro. Here's one which is largely one color, so it's going to be pretty stable. I know the name of this one, and I don't think it is that. It is sitting still. Up, and that was in fact the one I was looking for. So yeah, the idea at this stage is to make it so that once I've reached this point, and these other ones are coming to join me, is basically what they're doing. Look, I've got 3 of them and the counterpart, and that's the one that I needed to go and find. I need to be able to hit a button or a key and launch a new level. So maybe that's the first thing to add. And I will show you how I do it after I throw another log on the fire, because we're still doing this. Has not warmed up quite yet over here in Vermont. I know it's warming up in some places, but I tell you, not here. We're still pretty cold out here. This should fix that. It will not be cold for much longer. Here, let me aim the camera a little better. Yeah, that'll do. Alrighty. So see how I've got public override void ready? And I've also got a private bool spawn bot. And then these don't have anything in them at this time. Well, I can make another. Private void new level. And then if I take everything that's in ready, which only runs the very beginning, and just everything that lives here, inclusive. Boop. Now ready doesn't have anything in it, but all that can live in new level, and it should run just fine. Ooh, I have a better idea. Ooh, apparently we can't do that. Let me see how I must go about doing this. Okay, so public int level is starting at 1. I think I wasn't allowed to do this because there already is one. Well, now hang on. Well, shucks, maybe I don't need to do anything. Okay, so if I do this and level increases by some other mechanism, or I can simply do level plus plus or whatever every time you do new level, this should run as if it is level 100, and we're going to find out right now whether that is true. Oh, and this does indeed look like level 100. The difference is I could call this again. However, this is not going to be cleaning up anything after itself. So if we win the level and call a new level, there may be undesirable effects. That said, apart from my concern about the light level, see, I'm not really enjoying the fact that with my video lights being what they are, I can't see a dang thing about this. So maybe that's worth checking. I could also do with putting other things in the interface. So now I'm wondering whether I have a useful graphic for doing this with. Perhaps not. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I'm not getting to show this in the 3D interface. That suggests that this is the wrong thing to have here. I'm going to delete it. So, well, label 3D might have things to do. It doesn't look like it though. I'm looking for something I can click on or something that I can do that can fire the new level when that's made available. Maybe a fool's errand. Let's go back over to here. So this worked, but this isn't where this would be where. Here's where we swap controls. Here's where maybe I will put another input thing in. And I'm going to want action pressed. It's a pity I can't reuse escape. But never mind. And I'm going to need to go back into Godot to give a key, press something to something. I could try using the space bar, which is doing double duty as brakes. That seems more useful because we only want to fire it once. Needs to be part of an if statement. And one level. Let's see, where'd I leave that? There it is. That's a Boolean, so that counts as true in that case. Don't need that. And let's see, what else? What else? I need to call the new level thing again. Let's see how to do that. Hang on, maybe a tree is what I want. Okay, quit the game. That's something you can do. That gives you a window. I'm pretty sure, well, I want to be talking to the script in Node 3D so that I can ask it to run a new level again. Not many suggestions here, eh? See, that's my concern, is I'm not actually talking to the script attached to the node, and that seems bad. I could send a signal if I know what the hey I'm doing. Or I can tell it to do all of these things and then dial it back. Okay, did that give us new level as a callable thing? No, does not look like it did. How about well, there's a thing you can do. If we get that, can we, well, is it a public class though? Oh no, it's a private. So I have slightly better chance of asking for that if it's public. If I ask for it from outside of it and it's private, I know I have no chance whatsoever. Ugh. Trying to do something that will make that work. Again, I might simply need to do a signal of some kind. So let's see what kinds of things we have sitting around here. That's not saved yet. So there's our inspector. We can't build this C# project yet until we fix this nonsense. So what we'll do is ignore this nonsense for the moment, at which point it can be built and ran. It won't do anything, but it'll be built and ran. And we're not calling that because we don't have one level and we haven't pressed the button. Having done those things, now we can go here. Now we've got level available. There are signals. It's emitting these signals. So what can player be told to do? All these things don't seem to be signals that I can send to something else. That's a bit of a pain in the butt. It would be nice if I could make this thing work. Can I do something that will publicize one of these things and make it be visible in the interface somewhere? Oh, I do not know. I still can't see my interface. See, this is what I get to see as an indication for whether anything's working or not is a lack of indication that anything is working, because that is what YouTube does to me now. Let's see what all of this does to me now. One of the things I'd like to do with Guardian is make the sort of meshwork glowing lines thing around it that expands outwards when it goes and chases you. I think that's not going to happen today, but I could be mistaken. Here's bot, here's rock. You'll notice that it only has two objects rather because it's now creating all of those additional instances with rendering server. I could show you what it looks like to have lots of them. Let's do some of that. Although I'm still hot to make this part work somehow. I feel like there should be some way to call new level from somewhere else, but I'm honestly not sure how to go about doing that. I mean, it's a public. It doesn't need to be override because it's not an existing function of some kind. Yeah, well, thank you for the reassurance, Chad. I won't be able to know whether the stream is working or not. That is my lot now. Ooh, also, I don't think I need to do this anymore. We'll lose that. Okay, so just for fun, level 100. I can be extra sneaky, and we'll try to do new level when Guardian is instantiated for the first time, because it should be there. being one of the things that is in the engine when this is instantiated. Well, that does actually exist in here somewhere. It's this thing which is sort of a dark green. Ooh, come to think of it. Let's fuss with this just a little bit. Let's see whether I can make these slightly lighter. Don't know if I can, but it's worth a try. So here's albedo. Okay, my texture is already as bright as it'll go. That bodes ill for being able to make it brighter. On the other hand, this texture is now being rendered in subtract. If I draw it in mix, it should look different, arguably brighter. Although now I'm not. Now I'm trying to find out how to do this. So I'm trying to get one of these programmatically. It's not a rigid body 3D, it's just a node 3D. And is named that as well. Funny. No uppercase. That's presumably, yeah, I guess that's what it was meant to be. So we actually need to define something. Well, that didn't work. What's our little problem there, I wonder? We don't get to do this. Huh. That seems unfortunate. Is it any happier if I don't cast it that way? Nope, that's even worse. Maybe it's because I'm doing that with it. No, that didn't fix everything. We cannot apparently get node. Well, shucks. That's unhelpful. And here I am just trying to get access to a function living here from elsewhere. All I'm trying to do is call get new level from somewhere else. Thing is, I don't have the faintest idea how to do that, so we're trying to do it from ready in Guardian. Okay, that's completely useless. So is that. So is that. Can't do that. What if we try to get parent? That's not helpful either, but it's a thing. So that is a thing that could conceivably be done. I know the parent of this is Node3D. In theory, this is calling this. So in theory, I could also call that. I don't know whether that's true. Well, it wants it to be named differently, but whatever. Can we simply tell it that? Signs point to no. So what do we got to do to telegraph to the other thing that we're trying to call something inside it? Probably it's time to go and look at Google and such. Maybe it's time to just try to find some reference to somebody trying to do the thing that I'm trying to do. Can but try. Call function on parent node script. This is a very basic thing to do. Fair? Okay, so it actually has to be its own kind of thing. Much like player, etc., are their own kinds of things. So I can't actually leave it as Node3D. So public partial class, Node3D, Node3D, whereas player, that's partial class player, which is a rigid body 3D. So this has to be changed here. And we have to rename it, at which point it gets to be a distinct thing. I could call it game. Everything lives on this, so it can be game. See? We'll call it game. Hit save, and it's still under. Let's look down here and see if this needs to be changed as well. Aha! And then load it as a script. See, this should be doing the job. Oh, although, why am I not seeing it now? Could be in a bit of trouble here. Maybe it didn't let me rename it. Let's try to rename it again. Okay. Game scene. Game script. Load that. See, if this works, I'll at least be able to run it even if not doing anything with it, but I think this was the answer. And now we don't have that, but we can open it like this. And we have problems. Also, what's our using? Okay, that's probably fine. Let's quickly just run this and ditch that. See, can we still run even though we've renamed the things? No. It's dead. So let's see if we can bring it back to life after having changed everything. Grens, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, this should exist. In theory, this should exist. Could it be trying to reference things that need that part to be called Node 3D and now need to be called something else? Let's find out. Okay, those things are relative. I think I can lose this commented out stuff. Here's the rendering server stuff as it looks. I removed all of my level of detail things. I'm going to leave them removed. Again, took out all the level of detail stuff. Could it be that my problem is here somewhere? If I run it from here, does anything else happen? No, I've got a big nothing. But it was able to do this. So what does that mean? Gonna have to look at the code again. Well, what's actually being done in here? It is supposed to be doing this. That's correct. Supposed to be doing that. That should also be correct. References to res from the base of the project should still be correct. References to stuff at the base of the project like this should still be correct. Well, it just said Ferrari yellow last time. Let's see if it says it again. No. So one thing we are doing is successfully getting to the point where it's assigning a new random bot, but then nothing happens. That's interesting and concerning. Maybe let's find out why it's doing that thing. because I didn't really bargain on everything dying and stopping. But we'll spend as much time as necessary to get through. Keeps wanting me to change things, but it has bigger problems than that. It has bigger problems than what it's complaining about, and I don't appreciate being forestalled in this way. That stuff is supposed to, in fact, that stuff is working because I'm able to quit the program. I can do escape, I can go to this, so one of the things I could do is find out what if these things even ran. We're supposed to be able to instantiate these guys. I'm a little frustrated. I was about to show you something else. Wanting to show you something else and not being able to do that is annoying. And technically I could go and put all of this back and it would probably start working again. Okay, if we don't even do new level, what happens then? Ah, okay, so new level runs. In fact, I think, although I can't see very well, let's try that again. Or rather, I would not say new level runs, but we have an object down there, and we have the ability to move, because that is an object that exists in the world before anything else runs. That is Guardian. So player was instantiated, but nothing else is running. When we do new level, we're supposed to be able to get this stuff like, do we have complaints happening when we hit new level? This is supposed to be able to run this thing, which now if I call game new level should operate. What's going to happen is it's going to do this stuff and it's going to assign this. So it'll get this far. Then we see what we shall see, which is a lot of nothing. In fact, I now no longer see Guardian. That's weird. Guardian was the black space. We didn't get there. Alrighty. Okay. So there is an immediate problem. That's telling me some of the things that are wrong. Line 44. Okay, that's a null object. Line 24 is also... So 24 is calling new level. So that's the chain being called. So we're immediately having a problem here. We can call new level, but there's a system null reference, and the null reference is in new level at line 44, Null reference is bot scene instantiate bot. Oh, I have an idea as to what might have happened. Okay, watch this. Check it out. We've got these things, and sometimes inspector has stuff in here like physics material. Game, look at that, look at that, look at that. I found it. Hey, Vinegar Jim. Bot scene and rock scene are empty. They are not supposed to be empty. Click on bot scene, assign it, because I need to assign it each time. And then rock scene also needs to be loaded. There we go, rock. Now, those have instances in them, so it's going to try to call a instance of each. Having now reassigned those things, it may actually run. It has actually run. Yay, okay. I'm not making the look of these any brighter, which is what I was hoping to do. But I've given it a slightly different look, which is vaguely moon-like. So one thing I could do is boost the brightness of my light. I'm only doing that so that I can see these guys a little bit easier while looking at video lights. Because otherwise they are so dim you can't even really see them at all. That's done in the Godot engine. Now that I've gotten past that initial problem. Actually, I stand corrected. That is in Player. Spotlight 3D. So there's our attenuation. What was it meant to be now? Very nearly constant brightness, but not quite. I could bump it to 0.5 and bump the energy to 2, and that's probably going to do a thing. Let's see what it looks like now. More brightness, also more fall off. Now give me half a chance with this and I'll show you why I had it being that way. Okay, so it'll only change the light color's intensity, not its radius. So there's a couple of different things I can do here. I feel like changing that to 0.5 was a mistake. I can keep ramping up that energy, leaving the rest of it as it is. And let's see if I've made it any lighter. If I made it any lighter, I'm going to show you the next thing about it. I think that did successfully make it lighter. I can plainly see those now. And the fall off does still appear to be good. Let me continue moving. See how they're starting out as transparent and then coming into focus. The idea is to have a feeling of a big asteroid field in which I hopefully can see the rocks, but they're not supposed to be quite as bright as all of this, and I'm going to show you why. We're going to go back to energy of 2. Yep. Okay, I can see those, but they are not as blindingly bright. Because you see, if we play this on very high levels, the world becomes different. See, we've got some bots. They're hanging around in a particular spot. They're drifting a little bit, but they're not that hard to reach. I'm supposed to be finding one of them. We don't have the code yet for making it do all of the things it's meant to do. But this is at least on a start for being able to call this from elsewhere, such as, that didn't work. And I'll tell you why. You can't just do get parent. Get parent gives you just node. I have to do private parent as, or private game as game. Ooh. And I have to give it a name, so that doesn't work either. Then we do something like that. And hey, if that works, we can also do where player. Technically, that would work. And then we do not do get parent. We do this. Voila. Although now we are referring to level, but we're not seeing get level, but maybe we do if I... Aha. Okay. So if Guardian appears, then we get to call next level, at which point we'll see what happens. Let's move this back to the very beginning. And now we do not call this from here. If this gets called from Guardian, we can call it from player. If it doesn't get called from Guardian, we have bigger problems. I may have just made it crash and burn. Not entirely sure what I'm supposed to do about it either. Can you hit escape? No. Okay, that's interesting. It's dead. Let's force that application to quit, shall we? There we go. Unreferenced static string. Unreferenced static string. So we could not do that. Let's not do that there. That was a world of ouch. Instead, maybe we go to here. And put it in here. So we need to use this kind of language. We'll put it in player instead. Might be a foolish thing I'm doing, because this is what gave me problems before, but who knows? You can but try. Please give me reference to that. And at this stage, it should theoretically run, and then we get to call new level. In fact, we get to increment what level it is. I should also put stuff in there for clearing out all of the existing stuff. Okay, so here's one thing I can do. Ready, new level. If this works, it does at least launch the game again. It does at least launch the game again. We can fly around in the world. So in theory, this has now enabled the moving to a next level stuff. And now I'm going to show you what it looks like on level 900. Now that I've changed the... Oh, for heaven's sake. I can't tell whether I'm still streaming. Everything else is hidden. Well, I guess what we're going to do is I'll get back to that. But here's a little glimpse of what it might look like when you're in a super high level. The world is a maze of asteroids. All the bots are just snuck in around the asteroids. Oh, and I have teleported through because I've gone past the region of the world. So you're finding them by finding your way around through all of this nonsense. It's not perfect, but there's an interesting side effect to this, and that is the bots do push on the asteroids, so they will force a space for themselves. And that's going to cause all of the asteroids to move. So part of why we're chugging is because the physics engine is being rather overworked at the moment. And I'm going to close out of there and see if I can... There we go. I accidentally made everything be invisible. I still can't see any of you, but... So, yep. Let's maybe dial it back half a hair. Level 700. We initiate to level 700. So this is what it's meant to look like as you manage to play the game up into impossibly high levels. Is now you got to find guys in the middle of all this. Running a little faster, we have a very large number of asteroids in here at the moment. So the algorithms I've done to produce all of these are sort of producing this appearance. It's chugging a little bit, but for the very good reason that there's far too many objects in here. See, we've got some tiny little asteroids too. But there's an additional level to this, which is, so we've got all these asteroids and we're finding our way through all of this mess. They're causing other asteroids to move because they're bunking against them. So we're going to have areas where there's a lot of stuff in there. But if there is another nook within all the asteroids where your target is hiding, a lot of these guys won't have seen it because they can't see through these giant rocks. So that can cause it to become more difficult, and you have to use your wits and find your way through to where hopefully some of the other ones are. Let's get a little more frame rate out of this. We'll do 500. See, at level 500, there's still kind of an awful lot of rocks in here. But you're kind of sort of getting frame rate. And this guy is bouncing along the surface. What that's going to do is cause this giant rock to move off in the other direction. As they continue to play, they will form spaces around where they want to be hanging out. If they want to be hanging out in the middle of space where one of the rocks actually exists, they'll shove it out of the way. And smaller ones are more shovable, larger ones are heavier and less shovable. And that's how our spaces are altered. And you kind of try to head for a clear spot, but that clear spot may be filled in a little bit by rocks that are in the way, because it ends up becoming just all about the space created by all these asteroids. Remains to be seen whether I want to see there more asteroids appear. They kind of blinked in there, but we can but try. I'm doing the best I can with it all. There's far too many objects in the scene, and yet it still kind of runs. And it's presenting the illusion of infinite space. You kind of see the distance off in the distance, but as you go there, you see there's more rocks in the way. So now if we do this, game new level will create some new stuff. So what we want to be doing is going game clear things. Like game get node. I basically will want to run this again. Oh, or maybe I don't need to. No, they do not. No, they do not damage you. Let's put this up top. And cut, paste there as well. I am looking to kind of right up front. This should also get rid of all of those rendering server instances. I have not yet sold the, so if you were talking about the heritage audio, it's not, I don't think it's necessarily in working condition. That's something of an obstacle towards selling it. Also, I'd quite like to go and make another cup of coffee. It makes me sad that I can't see whether I'm streaming or not. But I can't, so it is what it is. So that should still run. Level becomes 10. When you run this, it should be clearing out those. It's resetting a bunch of stuff in player and recalling players ready. I guess we find out. We've got it calling new level. New level contains clearing some of these things. That's why I put them on a note in the first place. I guess we find out. I believe I have to hit spacebar to update it. So if I can successfully find whichever one's called Halloween, again, my gameplay that's supposed to make this a little bit easier is not functioning. Found it. Okay. I think we've got more bots in this level. If I hit space and this works, I'll go to a new level with a new target and one more bot. Let's find out. Okay, hitting space did not do anything. We're still in the same position we were before. Hit an escape works. Oh, if I hit escape and then hit space? Ha! Didn't expect that. Oh, also I didn't reset this. Player needs to be reset so that you can no longer see it. This is now showing me which one I should go and find. Which may or may not be an easy thing. But it'll at least be really easy to tell which one is the target. Camera has moved back now. So I gotta reset that. I still have the ability to run. It looks like it's done the thing I needed it to do. This one's going to spend some time oh, hi, are you the one? It's harder to near it. But are you... See, my Botley bud is in the way. I can't see it anymore. So that one's going... Aha. Looking for that one. Failed to hit it because it's even harder to see or aim at it when you're in the position of not being able to look at it because you're in the way. My camera's moved back about 2 units, so that's making it harder to see. So let's just quit out of there and fix that one problem. So what happens when okay, there's escape. This needn't run only in that place. So we'll edit that out. and paste it in there. Then it won't do the thing I was talking about, which was have to switch into the mouse uncapture mode to do it. And we've got something in here. I think it's in bod. Yeah. Collided is player. See, it's collided body as player. If it's not null, and if you've collided with it and its moniker is this, here's what gets updated. And then it gets set to level true. And then the label gets set to this. That's probably gonna work. And then here's what needs to get made different again. So for this, we go back to here. Here's where we're resetting. So here's where we'll reset player's camera position. If it is 0, 0, 0, that should put it back. And then for just fun, let's bump up the level enormously. Let's bump up the level by 200. I bet you I'm not going to be able to clear 2 levels of this. So here's my first level. That's not Deco Agro Photo Electro. That's something else. I'm going to be looking for a very garishly bright looking guy. And this is at level 10. Sadly, Deco Agro Photo Electro is going to be zipping all over the place. I say that because that's the name I would give to a brightly colored garish bot. And that more or less guarantees it's going to be going at a high rate of speed. Mind you, I can update all the speeds too. But sadly, but high, maybe that's it. See, it's going so damn fast that I can't catch it. That's the problem. You look like the one that I need to now collide with to win the level. I'm going to have to slow them down in order to deal with this problem. Or have the levels go for specific bots where at the low level it's one that's more placid, and then the high levels can be like, okay, now you're up against it. Now you have to hit one of these that's going at maximum speed. Boom. I don't think that would connect. Firstly, I don't know whether that's actually the one or whether it's another. You know what? Let me start over. Let me start over and see whether I can randomly get one that'll be nice and placid and not going too fast. There we go. Okay. Gray Cathedrals is almost certainly going to be one that is not moving too fast. And I will trundle through these empty looking places until I find it. I could be making the world size smaller here. That's not Gray Cathedrals. That is a brightly colored one. Ah. I see the blink of a couple of other guys. Let's go in search of them. Are you gray cathedrals? No, I think that's sand. See, my world size is so large that I'm not able to find any of these buggers. Although, I'm able to bonk against an asteroid and make it move. Bonk. I'm not very big, so I didn't make it move very fast. Well, I mean, gray cathedrals should at least not be too complicated to find. See, that guy's moving a lot because that is many colors. That one's not moving at all because that does not have many colors in it. And that has even fewer, but is not gray cathedrals. See, I headbutt them, and they do not count as the one I seek. I keep feeling like I should be able to find this target one. Gray Cathedral simply does not sound like that hard to find. And yet, here we are. Well, we'll fly through space as new asteroids come into view. Until we... Okay, that was very brightly colored. Not you. I can make them go a lot slower. I think that might be useful. Are you, well, you're gray, are you gray cathedrals? The reason I didn't find you is because you have too much contrast to you. See, now I can't see it again. Up there it went. It'll at least be sitting in... Ha, found it. Okay. So now it says hit space for next level. Now we get to see whether this code actually works. And we've got a bunch of these guys eagerly coming my direction. But if this worked, I hit space and I move to the next level, at which point we can start doing the challenging parts of making the particle system so that we can query these bots and have them give an indication of what direction to go and so on and so forth. But firstly, do we have a next level? Or do we just crash the program? Ha-ha! That's acting like it worked. If it can do this, then I can search for ghosts of purple. Wouldn't it be funny if it was this? That would be sheer luck. No. Purple that might have had, but it was not ghosts of purple. So yeah, see, this is what it's meant to look like in middle stages. You're looking off into the distance and you're seeing sort of nebulae and such off in the distance. Lots of little bots. Now we're in level 100 or so. And it's getting to where it's scaled up appropriately. Bits of this are working. Okay, so I did not have that this morning, so we're going in the right direction. I'm going to throw on some music and I'm going to show it to you with the new dark meter, and I'm going to throw another log on the fire because it needs it. And I'm going to make myself 1 cup of coffee, which is the remaining coffee I can make for myself today. And we're going to see what there is to see. I don't remember what this music was like. But I can set this up so I can hear it. Audio hijack. There we go. Okay, we got a space noise going. I never engaged the camera that time. It's going pretty well. Got it so that we can go to new levels in the game. So there's a certain amount more to do. So another cup of coffee, get a good stop. I'll be right back. All right, we can get back to that at some future time. Don't mind me shuffling windows and things around. So here's where we were at. We just demonstrated that it's possible to move from one level to the next. There's a couple of other things I'd like to look into. Here's one of them. Maybe world size shouldn't go like this. Let me do a quick math. Oh, nope. Well, that's not right. What's going on here? I would think I'd be able to do this, yeah? Maybe it doesn't like the multiple kinds of variables. No, it's still not happy with that. Okay. There, now it's happier. So if I had a level of 10,000, then the world size would be just over 3,000. We're currently looking at 1,000. If, in fact, we were 10, world size would become 98. Let's see what happens in a couple of initial tries. For instance, we're starting up at an infinitely small world size. Not really infinitely small, but small. So here we are in a situation where our world size is relatively tiny. I mean, with 1, it'll really be tiny. That's also making these guys move around a little more sedately. And they're all closer by, although sedately is subjective. I can work on that too. And does Captain Nemo mean blue? No. What does Captain Nemo mean then? How about you? You're a blue color. Nope. How about you? You look like waves. Found it. Okay, so that was level 10. I win. And so now if I hit space, it stalls for a moment as it tries to rebuild everything. And now we're on level 210. And this is considerably more difficult. Although we're getting good frame rate considering how much there is here. And so the gameplay ends up being zoop around. Oh, look, there was a tiny rock. That is a tiny asteroid. I think I can yeet it off into the distance if I smack into it hard enough. Let's find out. Did it in fact do that, or did it just not? I must have whacked it. Here's a not quite as tiny rock. Yeah, see, you can make these guys go flying around. Yeah, you can thank one of my patrons for dual pan because it was not initially my idea. So now in sort of mid-game play, it's sort of fully kicked in. Guys are moving around. Let's tell you what, let me try it again, but what would happen if we tried it at literally level 1? What's this look like? Looks like this. Okay, so guys are kind of flying around a bit, but I can at least tell which one I'm supposed to be after, which is this one. I feel like I can also amend their velocities. Let's give that a try. These are all getting started up. Oh, do I need to use this? How about let's get rid of these and see if it still runs. Nope, somewhere in here. That's the only place I'm doing it, though. Let's see, physics counter, process counter. Okay, that's relevant. So here are some things we can do. What is going on here is it is altering how often it blinks and comes up with a new location to go. I can have that be moderated, not by rough distance, which I'm not currently using, but I could still be using it. And have it be relative to the level we're at. So this could conceivably cause it to some of my calculations here, like the plus world size, that's causing it to move around frantically, even though all right, see you later, Chad. Man, it's so concerned about these naming issues. I'm tempted to just let it have its way. So here's the thing that I can do. I can have physics counter be a very high value divided by level, or divided by square root level. That might work too. And we can have it become more hyperactive. So what I need to do then is load this up. Oh, hang on. World size could be used for that. That's going to be a world size is going to be a proxy for level. Yeah, I like that. World size gets to be a proxy for level. It's going to be quite small initially, and then it will become larger. So what's it actually going to be then? It's going to start at 31. Square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 31. There we go. And that seems to be a reasonable amount of space. But let's see what happens if we run it as 10. Oh, haven't fixed the other problem. Never mind. Where was that problem? It was around here somewhere. And it wasn't there. It was there. So, rather than use that, there. That serves as a proxy. World size probably isn't going to be getting that ginormous, but it starts off as much smaller, and that's going to make physics counter be a larger value at low levels. And let's see what that looks and acts like. It should run now. Okay, we are at size 10. Find a Morocco. I bet you're Morocco. All right, next level should bump up everything in size quite a lot. Oh dear. Okay, I made something become very unhappy. Our world size is no longer working correctly. Let's maybe amend that. If we make it be 32, let's see how it adapts. 90 degrees. I bet it's you. Boop. And now we see whether it adapted. Signs point to maybe. Also, I really should be putting a black hole here somewhere else, somewhere quite far away. But we've now bumped our level up enormously. To the point where I probably can't find the one I'm searching for just as easily as all that. So what's next? I feel like firing the shots is next. I've got moving to a new level. We can have this increment more slowly. Now, if we do that, it'll become a little bit more reasonable. One of you are presumably Ya. And the way they're operating, it becomes even more difficult to make it work. But we'll see how that adapts. It's kind of flying up through nowhere. On the bright side, it's probably going to randomly run into me at some point. This could do with a little bit of amending, because when we're playing with really difficult bots that are moving around far too fast, well, it's just too excitable. I know, I'll just go at the speed of light, and then I'll randomly run into it eventually. Charge. It's bound to happen eventually, right? Not like I have that large of a space. Okay, that's more difficult than I'm ready to deal with. Let's fool with several of these parameters at once. So now if we're at level 10,000, that gets us to a world size of 1,000. And that should make the hyperactivity of these guys a little bit less overwhelming. Are you interlocking? Or is interlocking the other one that's presumably also here? That was, in fact, interlocking. Okay, level 2. Okay, that's going to be a Ferrari yellow up there. How about, are you psycho-wise? No. How about you? They're still moving around too fast. But I think I can do something about that. So, acceleration. So target vector divided by target vector dot length should give me a normalization factor. And then I am making world size scale in this way. In an effort to make it sort of, otherwise, well, maybe I don't need to scale it this way exactly. So if we only do this, they're going to be a little bit frantic. See? Moving around a little bit frantic. And that's just that one. Some of the more brightly colored ones might be even more frantic. So you can't really catch those guys. They're going far too fast. But what if we then divide by something aggressive like this? If we do that, we're dividing by a way bigger number. Acceleration becomes completely infinitesimal. This should cause them to sit still. I stand corrected, but they might have slowed down enough to be practical to be able to run into. he says, with all the ambition in the world. So where'd that guy go? You're probably not Morocco. That was too bright. Yeah, so this did not work out the way I thought. We're supposed to have target vector divided by target vector length plus enormously large number. And that should make it be very small. But that's not quite what I saw, was it? We could divide by target vector length times this number. That presumably will have a much greater effect. Let's see whether we've just reduced acceleration to tiny, tiny sizes so that everything stays still. They are blinking fairly often, and I was thinking that if making them slow down that much would make them be more sedate. But they're not moving very fast. And that means we can get the new level. And then I have half a chance of finding the new one without it outrunning me. There we go. Yeah, that is coming up with new thoughts far too often. But on the other hand, their motions are nice and sedate now. What's Rust Slats? Is it you? No. Probably not that one. We can see them all blinking away and go to them. Oh, or perhaps I miscalculated. Yeah, this is acting a little funny now. Ah, that's Rust Slats if ever I saw it. Boom. Next level. And we're going to see whether it's behaving itself as we keep pushing the levels, because it should be amping up all of these things as we go. It wasn't supposed to do that. I'm wondering whether maybe I need to have world size showing up in a place that it's not. Like I'm using some hard-coded 1000 sized spacing. That was not purple pillows. More of a lilac color, really. See? Stuff is jumping around a little bit, as if the locations of these things aren't honoring the new world size the way they should. So probably worth fooling with that. Okay. I do also want to do the, I want to start up a particle system. But before then, I should probably look and see where I can find out why this ain't working right. We're referring to world size okay here, so that's cool. Mass seems appropriate. That's what I should be using. Could it be that I'm not using it properly for the bots? Those seemed like they were jumping around. Or am I not initiating it properly here? No. No, it should be doing that. That should be working. That should be working. That should be working. So where would I be referring to world size wrongly here? Shucks, this should be returning a large number. 10,000 divided by world size should be enough. And then converting it to int. And then physics counter goes down until it hits this. So that should be making it wait a long time before we hit a new brain counter. It only flashes when physics counter is less than 4. Yup, that should be a large number. Doing it like that still should be a large number. Fine, I'll add another 0 to it and see if that helps at all. So we'll make the rapidest flash be smaller. So minus minus. If it's less than 1, then we bump it up to something. It no longer has anything to do with whether it's nearby. It's based on the world size. This part at least is working. This is causing it to invert the target vector if it's far enough away, world size wise. That's fine. Probably. This stuff is still working. Let's see what we've got. We'll run it again, see what it does this time. I need to reposition that Guardian to farther away. Are you interlocking? More relevantly, are you taking a long time between clicks? And the point signs point to yes. Next level, Graffiti Girl. Are you Graffiti Girl? I doubt it. Nope. So they're supposed to be gradually heading in whatever direction and blinking not very often until they get to higher levels. They will become increasingly frantic as we go. How about you? Nope. I'm pretty sure that's interlocking. Yeah. Alrighty then. See, and I keep they're appearing slightly different spaces, and that's not right. Not supposed to be able to have to teleport like that. That is clearly not correct. It wasn't doing this before. Somewhere I've got the offsets wrong. That needs fixing. Ah, but here is a brightly colored bot. Could this be Graffiti Girl? No. How about... Oh, as it zips to a different location. Not you either. And I feel certain this wasn't because I already got that in a previous level. I feel like, oh, ha, look at you. I didn't see you before. That was the one. This apparently is Graffiti Girl. On to the next level, still without having quite solved the positioning problem. Also, I am a little concerned that these are the same ones I had last time. Surely they should be different this time. Rather than being the same ones. Also, I don't appreciate that teleporting. Look at that. Yep. They are teleporting. Something's not lining up. So, what would be causing that? Where we're using world size as an offset there. I'm pretty sure I can just put world size to 1024 and be done with it. And do this adaptation in a different way. So the behaviors seem about right. Well, that's different. Yeah, let's try that. If it didn't want me to do world size differently, we'll choose something else. What the? Okay, thank you, but no thank you, whatever that was. Okay, so if we do that, and then keep world size as 1000, we can be updating that and using that for our scaling. And then fill that in. And that means all we have to do is amend that. And then our world size starts right up as way the heck bigger. And then our problem becomes finding a guy. Because you see now our bot is presumably too dark to be seen and too passive to move. And I do not see it showing up against the background. Rich purple deco, bad option for this one. Level 1 maybe should be calling upon a different one. I think lilac shades is lighter. Pretty sure that's one with a white background. So there's your problem with having the world size be as huge as it can be. There is a bot in here somewhere, but it's too far away to see. Even though I designed this so that there is like 27 of them instanced in various directions. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Well, we do at least have difficulty as a varying thing, so let's start using it. That was going to relate to the stuff here. Hang on, we don't have access to that. We're instantiating things and resetting it. Well, hang on a moment. Why am I doing this in bot? There. Now we have it in player, and bot does have to talk to player, so in fact, it has to talk to player quite often. Like that. And like that. This is not GTA 6. Oh, it'd be a world of hurt if it was. Oh dear. You don't want to deal with that. No bueno. Starfield 2. If Starfield 2 was very, very sick. Starting up at a... Oh, look, there's a visible bot. But that is not gritty green. That is a lighter color one. But what we do have is we are now relating to difficulty properly, with the world size being the same as before. So then the next order of business is A, find the other bot. Should be around here somewhere. There is an asteroid, but that's not it. But I should be able to go in the direction of that and see that they are showing up in a more linear fashion, because this is the size of the world as I'm going through. What I am not seeing, however, is blinky lights and bots. And I'm supposed to find one called Gritty Green. Arguably, level 1 is too boring to play. There's not enough going on here. Let's run it again and see whether we can get a easily seen bot as the next target. In search of bamboo belts. Aha! Found one. I think that is bamboo belts. Let's find out. It's moving slowly, and that's helpful. Found it. Find Trippy. Okay, this at least is going to be brighter. My question is, do we still have, like, bamboo belts? Are you Trippy? No. There's somebody. That is not going to be Trippy. That's going to be a different one. And then here's a batch of guys down here. One of these is going to be Trippy and one of them is not. Not you. Not you, because you are the same looking as this one. But I bet you are. Boom. Okay. So now the next question is, am I continuing to see the ones from the previous level, or is it correctly updating it with new ones to find? And by the way, the other ones will slowly be approaching me eventually. So it's several dark colored ones, that one and the lilac one. And so now the question is, do I have... Oh, they're all hanging out over here. They didn't actually move around much at all. Are they all different? That's the question. That looks familiar. Are you Patchwork? In particular, that looks like bamboo belts. We're supposed to not see that one. Okay, next. Oh, we're back to Trippy again. We're not... I don't want to think we're getting randomization right. Also, that guardian needs to be elsewhere. And I'm not sure if they're really being randomized properly. How about you? Nope. But this, at least, I'll be able to recognize this on another level. And we are just starting to get them a little bit more rambunctious, moving around a little bit more eagerly. I feel like I've seen that before. I don't know if I've seen you before. That one's going to move around more aggressively because it's contrasty. Every time it blinks, it tries to go to a new place. As we gradually start seeing more in the way of new asteroids and such. Oh, here is our 1-1 location. I remember seeing you before. Next level. Okay, I feel like I saw tie-dye before. I could be mistaken. Let's go here and see. Yep, I saw you before. You're not being randomized, are you? We're hitting the same random sequence each time. That was not tie-dye. I bet that's tie-dye. Okay. I'm not obnoxious. It's the new one. So some of this is working fine, and some of this... wasn't that... Yeah, I am feeling like our randomization is not working properly. And I bet there's something we can do about that. So we are getting a randomly associated new one. I'm using GD random. I could seed it to literally the new level and see what it does. It needs to be a U long, but I can fake that. Okay, so if we do this, it's going to have literally the same one each time. Not only that, I can adjust it by simply seeding it to a different level each time, and that should be producing different random results each time. Now the next question is, we keep clearing it, but is it really going to produce new randomness each time? Because this time we're reseeding it each level, which it was not doing before. Okay, here's my new random level. That's what me clash. Yellow and purple, yeah, that's what me clash. Cathedral would be the next one. This is also redoing all of our random positionings. That is not Cathedral. And that's literally the same one. Those look the same. I don't know why I'm getting two that match, but alrighty then. So then the question is, where's Cathedral at? Not much in the way of asteroids to get in the way this time. A few of them, I suppose. So then the challenge is this just obnoxious and boring on the low levels that are supposed to be easy? Because, like, I wouldn't mind being able to see Cathedral, but that's posing a problem. And it's not supposed to be a problem this early. Although I feel like the offsets of things are behaving themselves a little better than they were. But I would like to get to a higher level to be sure of that. Yeah, now I can't even see those guys anymore. The universe is too big to be playing it this way. Now, if I had the shots working, as long as I could find one of them, I could fire a shot at it, and then it would, in theory, fire another shot in the direction I was trying to go. But right now, space is too big, and we're not getting to the higher levels fast enough. Let's test and see whether our randomization is correct. Signs point to yes. I remember that being the one. So now it's time to re-randomize. Add 1 and we get new randoms. Huh. Add 1 and I'm one step along, apparently. Interesting. But I think that may just be it. No, I'm not correct. That's not it. That's not cathedral at all. Cathedral is a problem to find in low levels. It's not, it's too challenging. Seed of level times level. Fine. This is another good way to do randomization, by the way. Is you just multiply things and then cause them to clip. That's probably going to give me what me clash again. Yep. And I remember it as being visible. You can go in search of this guy. And then, haha. What's ocean light blue? Probably not you. You look like what me clash. Huh. You look like ocean light blue. Is that true? Where'd you go? There you went. It's a low level. It's not posing as many problems. No, you're apparently not ocean light blue. Huh. So I would have sworn it was. Well, then we go in search of what ocean light blue really is. See whether the random sequence, which is now fixed, if this can be made to work. Up, there's something else. I see it blink. But that's not the one I want. But if I had the shots going, it would be able to point in the direction of where ocean light blue could be found. And I see two guys up here. One of them is going to be ocean light blue and the other is not. How about you? That was it. And what's the next one that we add then? Now that everybody else is coming my direction. Next one's Bob Marley. Okay. It looks very much like it's taking whichever ones we started with and continuing onwards. So you were ocean light blue from last time. And you were from the first level. So where's a new friend? It's gone to some other area in space. And it's not you either. Okay. Oh, I know why. It's a light green color with that brown in it, and it looks like a pot leaf. That's why. Fair. What's slant modern? And I think what's going to happen is the random sequence is getting reassigned each time. That may mean if I reseed it... Are you slant modern? No. Okay, so I haven't seen that one before. That suggests that the randomization... Huh. So now what I'm wondering is, am I really deleting these previous guys or not? I feel like they exist and they shouldn't. And maybe that's worth paying a little attention to. Also, need for more fire. Give me a second. That time I had the damper on, and yet it still burnt out. Well, we can resume by putting more firewood in here. Again, it got a little bit warm outside, but there we go. It's not as cold outside as you would think, but still need to be doing this. Also, you can't... Oh, I know why you can't see me very well. I've got a thing I usually do, which I didn't do this time. But I usually remember to have that light on up there. Now I can be visible. And so can the stove. In here somewhere is a thing where it's watching for whether the object is being destroyed. I think it might be, well, no, that's the program being shut down. What, that fan? A little bit. There's a specific reason why I have that fan there. It's that behind the wood stove, in the corner, I've actually got a bunch of mirrors. There's a visual effect of them that I enjoy, but I feel it is also bouncing infrared light, at least to some extent. Infrared heat is what technically that would be. But I don't want to have too much heat building up back there and warping and stressing the mirrors. So I've got that little fan in there simply to have some air circulation happening. And I can tell whether the mirrors are being stressed by whether they're warping and deforming from looking at the reflections in them. So I can tell that it kind of works. Let's see what we get if we include this. We can put it right at the end. desktop platforms. So we get a notification out of this. The notification out of this is into what? So what notification pre-delete, A. So what I'm wondering is, can I run this? And it's not operating on the same basis as the one in player, but what this is potentially doing is letting me delete stuff. We're not going to quit out of there, so currently this is just there. But this would be a place to maybe destroy all these instances. Maybe that's the thing. I'm honestly not sure if that's even relevant, though. I just know that it doesn't feel like it's getting rid of... Well, so that's not going to do anything. So I get to run this over again. Here's my first one. So there's one object. Hit space, and there's supposed to be an additional one. But is that true? Here we are with Ocean Light Blue. But I think maybe my other guy is still sticking around. Because that is now not the one I'm looking for, but I feel like that first guy is still there. It's a very large world to be in, so it's a little hard to tell. See, I feel if I successfully deleted this, this one wouldn't be there. There should be two. One of them would be Ocean Light Blue, and one of them would be the other guy. And where'd he go? This one should not be in the world any longer, and yet it is still there, so some parts of this are not working as anticipated. Get children true clear is not doing what I thought. Let's see what else is available. So that returns an array. I think maybe I did not delete everybody in the array. What's clear actually mean? Okay, I think I understand. What's happened is that has cleared the array but not deleted the objects. So that is not actually correct. But, Now, I don't know the form of doing this, but I bet I can look it up. I will guess a little bit first. No. No, that was not the correct guess. The correct thing to do there is to go and look it up on YouTube's. Don't need to do it in GD script. That is a damn YouTube video. I go in there. That is a problem that would happen. Okay, I'm looking to do something specific. There's bound to be a correct way of doing this. So removing the elements is not good. What I'm trying to do is delete the things in the element, in the array. Kind of like you would do an append. So rather than for each, because that'll change the size every time, instead I do get node, get bots, get children. And I'll simply copy that. Count is the number of elements. And then if it's larger than 0, what's gone wrong? Oh, while get node, that's not correct at all. Okay, while get node is larger than 0, we apparently have a extra paren too, so let's not have that. And then get node, get bots, child 0, delete. No, not add. Okay, let's try remove. How about that? Oh, it's looking for a specific item. That's actually not what I need. That is actually not what I need. Nor do I need clear. Ah, but that does work. Okay. In theory, that replaces the need for this. And it's going to work the same for rocks. Let's find out if it works the same for rocks or if it does not work somehow. And this also means I get to run whatever it needs on the children. It's removing a array item. So no. So that should be doing something. I should be able to get a reference to child at 0. Don't know if that's going to work. What about index? Oh, that's searching the array for a value. About that? Okay. I beg your pardon. Oh, okay, we don't need the dot. Or do we? So get children is probably not what I want then. Child node by its index. There should be one of index 0. If I hit tab, it's going to fill in all that other nonsense. It's not what I want. Unhelpful. But then isn't it always? Get child index node. I do want to use parentheses for this. 0. Okay. And then remove at 0 will remove the one that I'm referring to now. Now what can I do? Can I tell it to delete itself? No. Okay, you can queue it for blanking. That seems to chip. That seems to be about what I would want to do. Let's find out whether we can just tell them to be queued up for deletion. Cool. And then you get to declare that as remove at, Meaning that now I get to copy this over, and we'll see whether it actually does what I was thinking it was going to do. Q-free is clearly the magic bullet for making Godot objects go away. I think I did, Planchine. Thank you so much. I haven't even run this, but it would act very differently if I didn't. Absolutely correct. Well spotted. Better spotted than I did. I did not spot that. And alrighty, so now we're not even attempting to clear the array because it should auto-clear itself. And let's see if it even runs. If it does run, we get to see whether anything happened. Alrighty. I need to bunk this guy, and then I get to go to the next level. At which point I think it just crashed. So something ain't working. Can I hit quit? Can I do any damn thing? Okay, I think we froze again. That's unpleasant. My other stuff is running, but I can't break this one. And I can't get my cursor back. Well, maybe we're going to be staring at this for a while. Unless I figure out how to do this. Haha, force quit applications. Nice. We'll force quit this one and leave everything else open. Got there. All right, that was messy. Maybe we shouldn't be removing the array after we just Q-freed it. Let's see what happens if we don't have that there, but we do Q-free things. Honestly, once we finish doing that, we might as well just hit clear in case this is the better way of blanking the actual array. Because what we're doing is iterating down the array and telling the children to Q-free, but that may or may not be actually changing the size of the array. Now that I've figured out how to deal with it if it has crashed and blown up, now we get to see whether it works this time. Because one thing about this is if it works, we'll find out. If it doesn't work, what I'm doing is hitting Escape Command Option, and that's giving me the force quit dialog. Or at least that's supposed to be giving me the force quit dialog. Let's try harder. Maybe I have to wait a bit for it to do it. There we go. I don't have my mouse cursor back until I actually quit it. And here it is back. See, here's the dialog I was telling about. Command Option Escape, got it. This stuff is not working. Telling that to Q-free is not working. Is it simply because I'm telling it to be queued up to be freed, but Okay, back to searching for each, because this might be my way of dealing with it. Arrays. It's not in the array. Huh. I'm in C#. I don't have to worry about that. So I can do that's messy. I don't like it. Oh, but it does tell me a certain thing for each var child. So what I can probably do is run the for each, not run this. I am a little bit puzzled as to what get children true is supposed to mean. Include internal children from the returned array. Okay, that could be part of the problem. That could be all of the little sub things in there. That's what I'd be wanting to do with it. That's going to leave this one off for the moment. Let's see whether this runs or crashes. It's now the only thing in there. We can always at least start up. He says optimistically, now wondering whether that new object is even there or whether we've now made it not exist. Oh, there it is. There we go. Hi. Let's see whether you crash now. Boop. Ha. Okay. Okay, that ran and did not crash. That is not ocean light blue. But that is. Space for next level. I see somebody hanging out by this asteroid. And you would be Bob Marley. Who else is hanging around? It's a new one on me. I think this is working. I think we're not removing the rocks that way. You are Bob Marley. Slant modern. So what's hopefully happening here is that the old objects are now being queued for deletion or clearing themselves out of the way. In theory, that would mean that everything we see is a new bot in randomization. Are you slant modern? I'm not sure you're slant modern. I'm not sure I'm hitting it either. Oh, come on, I must have hit that one. It seems good to me. We're also clearing the array, so that's a good start too. So I'm going to say that this while stuff can straight up be deleted just like that. And this can be updated. Okay, so here is actually a good question. If it's recursive, what happens? Because this should be doing the work. And if it is, we can deal with the randomization in different ways. There's a dot on the horizon. Boop. And does this now crash where it didn't before, or does it run okay? It did not crash. And it also should have cleared out those asteroids. Now we have 2. This is not the one I'm looking for, but then if I go to where it is, I should be able to go to stand corrected. That's not the one I'm looking for. But there should be one called Ocean Light Blue around here somewhere. The universe is too large for this nonsense. Ah, see, I see something blinking off in the distance. Is that Ocean Light Blue? No. Okay, so then... see one guy in the distance there and one guy in the distance there. Although some of them may be the... where are you at, buddy? Ah. There we go. And then there should be additional ones just far off in the distance because there should be instances of it. But for the time being, we get to go to the next level. And I haven't seen that guy before. And I feel like that just disappeared on me. Okay, so found that. That is actually my target, so I'm going to skip ahead. Next level should have cleared out everything. I gotta have to move. That Guardian is gonna be a game over thing for if it catches you and I need to make it light up and make noises and do stuff. Ah, live scene. Fair, fair. That is not slant modern. But maybe this is. No, I think I connected with it. Yeah, that's not the one that I'm looking for. This does suggest that, oh, hi. Are you slant modern? Look like you might be slant modern. You were slant modern. Cool. So which ones do we have apart from slant modern? If I wait long enough, the other ones are going to show up. It'll take them a bit, but... So that's like sand or something. These are two ugly little guys that are related, but not exactly the same. I don't see the Bob Marley pattern. I don't see the light blue pattern. I think that's a different light blue pattern. I think we're successfully getting new ones each time. Which means maybe we can see whether allowing the randomization again will work. Randomize runs once each time, but then we should be getting distinct new things each time. And I keep saying I need to move that guy. Oh, well, that was quite nearby. Boop. And those two are also quite nearby. What's Psycho Eyes then? That was the one. That is apparently what Psycho Eyes looks like. That is not soft. We're getting true randomness. I'm liking this. That one is a very bright visible one. It just happens to be very far away is all. Technically, if I hang around long enough, they will eventually end up crossing my path. But that's no way to play a game, so let's not. That's not Art Deco Stucco Parrot. That's a different one. Art Deco Stucco Parrot is a bot where I know what its color looks like. Not that either. There's going to be a third one. And it'll be easy to see from a long distance away. So we're apparently one. Where was the other one? That is what Art Deco Stucco Parrot looks like. See, sort of a brightly colored thingy. And boop, I win. Here is more randomness. So you know the next thing I'm going to do is run it again and see if it's an entirely new set or if it's starting up with the same ones. I feel like that is not the one I started with last time. Boop. Oh, I'm not counting correctly. When we start out at level 1, it gives one counterpart and one not counterpart. So that one that I saw first is not actually the one I want. But that is. Morocco, you say. Boop. Correct. And now there will be 3. And I can't find a blessed one of them because they're too far away. Well, that's not fair. Okay, here's your problem. Why, if I go farther away or closer by, does that disappear? it implies that that is one of the phantoms. And yet if I see it, I should be able to go to it. And yet I'm not. It's not really there. You saw that, didn't you? It should be making instances to go to. I see something off there. Is it going to disappear on me, or is it going to still be there? See, I'm supposed to be seeing additional instances, and I feel like I'm not. Let's see if we're seeing a bunch of errors in here. No. No, I'm not seeing a bunch of errors. So these instances are what needs to get updated. Notification pre-delete should be triggered when I do queue free. So in theory, I can go through something like this. Go to here. Punch those in. Won't be needing that. In fact, I can probably duplicate these. And let's see. Instance, it's going to be instance delete or something. Not get transform. Clear. We've got a lot of things, but it's not giving me what I want. Flags, transparency. Call is not what I'm looking for. Let's go back to here. Delete instances. Free RID. Alrighty, is that what I'm looking for then? Haha. So I'm just going to want to free a bunch of those. It's going to work like that. And we'll see whether that helped. Only need to do that. And apparently, since they're not rocks, we don't have the additional ones. C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. And we're going to see whether that helps it behave any better. I am told that if rendering server starts freaking out, you just stop seeing anything. That tracks with what I'm seeing here. So if I can correctly get it to behave again, we might see it coming back into performance. X, Y, Z. Now we know our ABCs. Please free my RIDs with me. Rocks have the same condition, except for there are a few more at sort of extended distances. But some of the code's exactly the same. So if I copy that and then stick that in at the end, well, hang on. Correct, stick that in at the end. I just have to add the additional meshes, of which there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. One, two, three, four, five, 6. EEK, EKM, and PW. EKM. Alrighty, and now I'll just jump right in and see whether anything else happened. In particular, we can test to see whether this asteroid has additional asteroids past it that are coming into view. Because I believe we have only one rock in this world, and so we're supposed to be able to see its additional instances coming into view. And in fact, we should also be able to see additional instances while going straight up. And so far, so good. And we're looking for a bot called Too Damn Red, because it is a randomly selected one. That said, this universe is arguably too large, so I'm not sure I see it anywhere, but it should be around somewhere. Not only that, it should be visible against the blackness of the background, even though I have like light shining my eyes. Ah, I see something. And what I see is not going to be it. I think it took off. No, it didn't. It's right there. But it is not too damn red. But I'm not sure I see it off in the distance either. Maybe my world size is so large that I'm not able to see those guys? What happens if I go away from you in a direction? I should see it reappear. Yep, that's the same one. They get away from me too easily. My world size is rather excessive at this size. Whole reason I'm fixing only one world size is because this is irritating when the instances don't appear correctly. So I should be able to approach that. And indeed I am. I should be able to approach that. And that. I'm not sure whether this is literally only one in an infinite sequence. Because the size of the world, see, I'm going in like cardinal directions. So the world size is the distance between each of these two, and yet I'm still having one hell of a time finding too damn red. What could possibly be the matter? And with a description like that, it should be a visible red dot somewhere. Surely it should be blinking in the distance somewhere. I'm going to keep going in this direction, seeing whether I can see anything. Or, better idea. I'm going to start over. So this should work when we do new level. I'm going to see whether I can see anything. Okay, one called Tone Down the Green should be visible. I'm going to call that visible. And remember, that should be generating two. One of them, the one that I'm looking for, that one. And then there should be another one that is not. And they both should have rendering server instances. Maybe that is not functioning at this time. And then there's the other one. Now, if I go off into the distance, we should be seeing there are other instances somewhere, and yet I'm not sure that's happening. Let's test it in another situation. 100. In this case, I'm probably not going to find the one I'm looking for because I don't have that part of the gameplay working yet. But what I'm supposed to be able to do is not only see the asteroid field that I have here, but also see lots of these little guys off in the distance. And they're all derping around doing their own thing. So I can go by the name. Because what I'm trying to do is test this deletion code somehow. Okay. These are purpley looking guys. Those are the same. So those are not the one I'm looking for, but lilac is the color I'm looking for. Could it be you? Signs point to no. I think I just contacted it. Nope. But that's a light purple color, and I know the one that I'm looking for is also going to be a light purple color, so I'm probably in about the right area. Again, we don't have the normal gameplay stuff happening at this time. And this is a rather large universe to be in. I don't think that's lilac ribs. They're also not moving all that fast, which is promising considering that the velocity they go at will ramp up. You're probably not lilac ribs. No. I think lilac ribs is going to be a lighter color. I feel like I remember the name of that one and what its texture looks like. It might be a very white colored one. Oh, could it be this? I think I lost him. Which way did you go? You went there. That's a lilac-ish color. Ah, but no, I don't think so. Yeah, that would have counted. Pretty sure I touched it. Yeah, it's not going to be that. Almost certain that was a connection. So a lilac-y color, but not the correct one. I'm also going to need to track impact velocities. Because part of the game is having that guardian roar and chase you if you do wrong by running into one of these guys and breaking it. Okay, well, it's kind of a purple color. No, I don't think so. That's just straight up pink. That's not going to be the one. What's up with this fellow? Okay, at least some of the time I can bounce off the surface of it. And some of the time I seem to poke my way through. All manner of things that need to be fixed. How about that? That's not lilac, that's a dark purple. Some of these guys are more hyperactive than they need to be. That's not going to be lilac ribs. Nope. So this is basically starting on this first level, but I haven't been able to test out the go to new level part. What about you? It's being fairly chill, and I would call that a lilac color, but that's not the one. I bunked into it fair and square. However, since you are a lilac color, maybe you will go to where lilac ribs lives. Stranger things have happened. We'll follow him around. It ain't working, but there's another one. But that's not one either. I gotta add some more of this stuff. Here's player. Let us add a particle system, or rather, maybe we add the particle system just to the overall world and then alter the starting position. CPU based or GPU based? Thinking CPU based because I have to refer to stuff in it. So emitting on amount 8, we can start it up with making it do something. It's going to need some objects in there. I don't think it needs a script, but the particles need to be able to collide with something. And we need to make a mesh. Oh, don't mind me zooming around like that. Now let's see, where do we put that mesh? There. So we'll do a quad mesh, and where do we have our okay, we need to make a material. And then albedo and texture, and we can load a special texture just for that purpose. It is cyberparticle. It's going to be just as oh, now we can see it. But the thing that we must do now is make it be billboards pointing to us. So there we go. Billboard enabled. So now we can always see it. And for now, we're going to just see whether that's visible. Also, I feel like moving Guardian to somewhere very elsewhere seems appropriate. There. Guardian is far away now. And it's not going to move or do anything, but eventually I'll have it doing stuff. So now let's hit save, get back into here, and see whether we can see little zaps flying around now. Hang on. Is that Guardian there? Don't see nothing. And yet I'm supposed to, so. Oh, well, I mean, it would help if it was at a location. Reason I cannot see it is because it is not anywhere near me and it's very small, but that can be ameliorated. Let's start by making more of them. That's a lot. And time. More seconds. Okay, that just spaced them out a lot more. They're going to become fired by hitting the trigger, but for the time being, well, that ain't working. What's direction even mean in this context? Okay, that is supposed to be determining something. And indeed, I will be getting to that, but not just yet. Explosiveness. Okay. I'm trying to get anything to happen is basically where that starts. So flag, gravity, we're not using, oh, is that what's happening? They don't have a velocity, they're falling. That explains a lot. There. So initial velocity. Okay, now we've got randomness. But at least now it should be pointing things in a direction I can see. So let's see where we got. Can we see it now? Maybe. Huh. Okay. Something became real and happy there. We're now chugging and getting no frames. How about quitting out of there? That's weird. CPU was brought to its knees by that. Mind you, we can slow that down a bit and then see whether maybe we don't worry about that. We'll hit save. We will find where it starts. Transform. Back up enough and you can't see it anymore. Now we dialed that back a hair, so let's see whether it's visible now. Or whether it's bringing everything to its knees. No, oh, it immediately quit out of there. Interesting. Okay, so the next thing is to find out, is that in fact what's causing it? CPU particles off. Can we run, or did I do something else to break things? Something else broke things. Okay, how about maybe it was moving Guardian that did that? I did move Guardian to 1000, 1000, 1000. If in fact we did not do that, and it shouldn't have changed all that much, but maybe it did, we'll find out. Does everybody disappear now? No. Okay, so this may not belong here, but all the same, when you move it that far away, everything dies. That seems weird. But on the bright side, if that was what was causing everything to die, then I can turn on the particle system again. Because I'm looking to see what this looks like with the particle system engaged. Did it die? It did not. Where are you, particle system? Trick question. Because what I'm going to want to do is have it emit from the player's position when I click the mouse. But I ought to be able to find it around here somewhere emitting. It might be inside one of these rocks, though. And there's a quick way to test that. Game. Much lower level. And away we go. Do I see a particle system? Well, I do see the occasional bot. but I can't say as I see a particle system. But things are running okay. So back into the Godot engine, and let's find out what we can make happen. For instance, maybe we are just so small and tiny that nothing much is happening. Zero velocity means nothing will be happening. Velocity of 10. No dampings. No angles. Color is fine. All of those things are fine. So it may be possible to find this positioned at 0, 0. Hit save. It's firing in a direction. The direction is a unit vector in some direction, but I couldn't honestly, I'm going to have to override that to make it work. There. Fast. That should cover more ground. Ideally, there are so many of them and they're going so fast that I get to be able to see them even off at a distance. These may also be very tiny objects. See, this is the size of a butt. The question is, are these too far away to see? Oh, we're running it from here, apparently. I didn't think of that. It'll eventually get there. The particle system is not a factor of my 3D stuff. So in theory, if I go down, I can find where it's firing and approach it. But I ain't seeing it. And that suggests it is not filling space with little zaps, and that is a concern. It should fit within this range. Oh, look, we're looking for lilac ribs again. And I don't see any particles anywhere. And it's supposed to be, so maybe emitting on. Does it not auto start emitting? We're looking at it. Does it start up not emitting? Also, excuse me, because more firewood, please. Oh, that time I didn't remember to put the damper on, dang it. Damper means it'll use the firewood more efficiently. Damper off means it'll burn everything to ash more efficiently. There's a happy medium in there somewhere which I'm failing to get. Getting too busy with some of this stuff, not attending to things like the fire. Come on. There we go. That ought to start up, and not only that, I think we're still hot enough that I can engage the damper. And get back to our emitting particle system. I feel like it could be answered by the idea that it simply isn't started yet. Could also be explained by the idea that maybe they're too small. Not local coordinates. Huh. I don't imagine that that's going to help, but stranger things have happened. If we aim it this way, can we fire it up to where I'm able to see it? Let's find out. Save. Does this now give us visible particles? I feel like that's a no. I'm starting up in the middle here. And I don't see a stream of particles coming from anywhere. Trying to get this particle system working. Okay, well here's new level, so we can try, the very first thing we do is oh, do we not have particle system as an object? What's going on here? CPU particles 3D. So that was not named particles 3D. That's named CPU particles 3D. So I don't know why it's claiming that. But all the same, we do want to tell it emitting true. Let's see if that help matters any. Does it start up by default not emitting? Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. Why can't we see anything? This is being tough. Let's move it to where player lives. Player world size, player difficulty. I think ready is where we position. Or perhaps not. Yeah, maybe not. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, we start here. Camera position is 0 local to it. Okay, well, we end up in the same place as Guardian. So therefore, in theory, if we take this, let's see, do we have, no, we don't have Guardian as one of these. Well, how do we get that stuff? Guardian, okay, cool. Right on. And that's not how that works, but that should be. And then, if we alter its position, in theory, we can make it be in the same location as that Guardian. I still don't know whether it's intersecting something, and that's causing the particles to collide, or oh, they have colliders. I don't get it. Let's see what we got. Do we get anything? Ah, okay. But now it's broken. For a brief shining moment, we had something. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, we've got a whole bunch of problems. V is finite. What's the problem with V being finite then? Add instance rendering. Okay. No, V became infinite. Why? What is our problem with that? It clearly is a big problem, but what exactly happened? Not V is finite. Well, we successfully got emitting. We got it from the location, but then they became infinite. Why would that be happening? Let's find out. So emission shape, I'm assuming point is correct. Oh, inside this region, emitted from a single point, that's correct. That's all fancy stuff. Direction is reasonably okay, but then so would that be. So we can make a big spread for all the difference it'll make. Velocity seems fine, but it's becoming infinite, and that is something of a concern. So if we have a very small lifetime, that's fair, Don't have to worry about that, I don't think. Smoother particle display, shouldn't need that. Does it not care about local coordinates? Let's quickly see whether we can get it to run now that we've scaled it back a bit. The positions are now smaller. Okay. So that's cool. We also have rather large zaps. So it is firing quickly, and this time it's not crashing. Let's quickly run this once more with a low level, such as, for instance, 1. There we are. So that's going to sit there entertaining itself before we need to use it appropriately. And let's see whether I can spot a bot out there. There should be 2. And I see 1. Let's see if it's what I'm going to do. I don't think you're Technicolor. I think you're something else. Boop. Yeah, that's not the one. Where did that other one go? The colorful ones pose a problem in that they will wander around and go to a lot of places, and we're starting out in this giant large world, so that's a challenge. Oh, that is the same guy that I hit before. Or worse, that might have been just a phantom. That one should be Technicolor. Boop. And space for next level, do we still have? We do. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay, so we can run and rerun this. And I think it is firing very quickly, but it's not crashing. So one of the things that might have been happening was that it crashed when it started producing particle impacts. Let's see whether I can link it to player. Honestly, I may as well just attach it to player. Cut from out of there, and we will paste it into there. So fewer of them. That should be no gravity. It's probably a fine velocity. There's a spread around here somewhere that's causing them to go off in directions. Maybe it's direction. Yeah. So if I save this, then we can quickly run it and see whether it is oh, well, maybe we're not able to run at all. No. It's running, but so if I pivot around it's firing directly behind me is what it's doing. So let's cut that and maybe paste it into player. But can get CPU particles from here. But it's a child of let me find how we're doing this. Transform basis. Okay, I can't use that, but it was making a helpful suggestion for an autocomplete. And we'll set it to emitting so that we can see whether it's doing anything. And we'll run again, and in theory we should be firing. I'm firing directly behind me is what I'm doing, I bet. If I rotate fast enough, I can see what's going on, but I can't see them. So let's try -1. It's not the position is not what I'm actually looking for. Could it be direction? No. Yes. Alrighty. See if I can get this going in the right direction, then I can fire it according to clicking the mouse. It's not working just yet. What? No. No. Okay, here's event mouse motion. I think we're going to override this along with the actual object and see whether that does any good. So we've set it to emitting. So there's that. We've got that going on. And they're visible sometimes too. That's where we're going to try to end up. Hang on, I named that something. Come on, you can do this. Oh, hang on. No, you can't. You only exist within this context. All that's only existing within these brackets and then it's gone. That's no bueno. Okay, so we assign it. We've set it to emitting. Now let's try to aim it. Alrighty. Did that work? It did not. Are we... Oh, do we never tell it to emit? Let's find out. I feel like maybe we never told it to emit. I mean, technically, we did. Let's tell it twice. It's only going to be temporary anyhow. Oh, that's only affecting things uncaptured. I need to put this elsewhere. Mind you, that should still be, if it's captured, that means I'm able to aim around, and that should be actually working. Let's find out if it's any better when we're telling it to emit. Okay, that is captured. That should be emitting my CPU particles, and yet I do not see a blessed one of them. Nor do I see them when I'm whirling around. What's going on here? Do I need to update position? It's attached to... It's attached to player. It should be able to ride along with player. Maybe I'm missing something. Go. How are we doing? Nothing. What do I got to do in order to get this thing to actually function and work? Are we failing to get the node? I don't see a bunch of errors. Yeah, at one point I saw something. It was glorious, just for a brief shiny moment. Well, at least in this case, I should be able to find whatever object I'm looking for, because I'm looking for Art Deco Stucco Parrot, and that is one visible bot. It might be real far away, but it is very brightly colored, and there's white in it, and that would be it over there. What I don't know is whether I'm able to... Oh, and now I've lost it again. To see its phantom instances. But I can win the level. It is not going to be you. You are bright yellow. I'm looking for one that is blue. So what I'm thinking about now is, am I seeing the yellow one off in the distance and one of its instances? Although honestly, I would be better off making world size smaller in order to see that properly. Let's give that a try. Come to think of it, am I overwriting that by somewhere? Doesn't look like it. No, I'm not overwriting it at all. So, half the world size. Fresh new instance. Granted, with my lighting, everything's a little bit dark. Maybe I can run it again and look into a brighter colored bot. Signs point to no. Let's try an even smaller world size and see if we can force it to go. And force the fog to be far, far off. Huh. Well, alrighty then. I do not know exactly why that suddenly has a very aggressive particle system stuck on it, but it did. It's sitting at the bottom corner is what it's doing. Now, why would you be doing that? Although one nice thing about it is I absolutely can see all of the instances because I expanded the fog out to where all the instances are extremely visible. Here's one. That was the correct one. And so I can see my other instances over there. Let's find out whether or not that stuff is still working, because like I said, instances are proving visible at this time. There's one, there's his instances. Here's one that I'm not looking for. There's one of its instances. There's another. Mind you, world size is so small. But that's what it needs to be in order to see. And then here we are. We've got this guy down here. And that is clearly a factor of being at 0, 0. And as soon as it stops, I go past 0, 0 and it disappears. I can back up past it. So now can I see it at a far corner somewhere? I do at least see the instance moving around. But this is not acting as planned. In fact, there's a bunch of changes that I made that aren't being represented here. Now, why would that be? Okay, so player is what's causing those particles. Player go away, particles go away. Player appears, particles appear. They're supposed to not be spreading. Well, the mesh is correct anywho. Now, why would it be scattering in that way? Are we simply, do we have to override all of these things programmatically? Is that it? Does it lose everything I've set? That would be tiresome and weird. We do have a mesh. The mesh is a billboard. Well, that's drawing weird. I'm not sure what that's about. Unshaded is correct. We've got it drawing very brightly, but that's probably fine. And we were, let's see, transform. That's not a great idea. That's not going to work. Are we attempting to do these? No. So alrighty. Well, that's different. See if it did anything. So that's supposed to be doing something, but I feel like that part's not working. But then I shouldn't need to do it because it's parented to player. I feel like I might need to do direction, but that may be parented to player as well. We do have it emitting. Let's see what happens when none of that stuff. Huh. Okay, I saw something there. Okay, that is parented to player, and now it's firing behind me, so I have some idea what to do about that. Namely, let's go and reverse this again. Direction normal, thank you. Now when we go, are we looking at a stream of zaps coming from... No, they're going the direction... but they're only appearing as I go fully in reverse. Maybe I simply have the wrong vector. Like if I get this right, then it should work. Alrighty, direction 0, 0, 0. What are we looking at this time? Lifetime seems to work. I'm curious if I can shut off emitting and have that work. Hit save, we'll run from here, see whether it's acting any different. That is clearly firing straight behind me. And I don't know if it is rotating. What do we got this time? It keeps firing in dumb, silly directions. I don't get it. Full reverse. Okay, it's firing over my head. See, this is supposed to be aiming in the direction I'm aiming and pointing forward. That's what it's supposed to be doing. I'm able to fire them, and in fact, they're not stopping. They are continuing. But there's more than a bit of a problem in getting these silly things to be visible in any way. So I am straight up not being able to, even by accident, get that pointing forward. Let's keep fooling with it. What if it, okay, no. No. That's not the right place to do that. It is, I think, direction I'm looking to do. Okay, direction of Y1. At some point, if I master this, they will be firing forwards from out of my face. I go backwards as fast as I can and then aim up. So maybe that is firing straight up. Okay. I know we are rotating things. How about we slow everything down a hair? But faster than that, thank you. They were going a little too fast. So direction Y does not seem to be helpful. Tried everything else. What if direction Z? Is Z what we're looking to do? One way to find out. This feels like weird behavior. I can reverse and see it going. Could it be colliding with my... If it's colliding with the sphere that makes up my collider, if I have a collider, could it be that they are colliding? Could it be that they are colliding with me and then not appearing unless I hit the gas or brakes? And the direction that I try to go is moot. Until I move fast enough, their position is no longer capable Like I'm firing from inside a sphere that is my little object there. I remember something like this happening in Unity as well. I feel almost certain something like this happened in Unity as well. So if I'm a little sphere that's moving around, but the emitter is constantly firing from inside that, and it's hitting a collider from the opposite side, maybe it's just soaking up all of the impacts before we can even see them, unless I move around. Oh boy. Also, I've covered everything up over here. There. I should not think so. In fact, there is no endpoint. There is just them running out of steam. I don't even know if they collide with things. But I do feel that I can position them perhaps on ready. And these need to be floats. There. Now I've offset it. Now what do we get? Well, that's interesting. So if I go forwards, if I go backwards, I can see them there. If I go to the side, I can see them there. Let's keep offsetting it in other directions and see whether any of them actually help. They are constantly emitting, so I should be seeing those coming out of my face. Nope, that's over me. That is vertically offset. Let's try position offset of -2. I do wonder whether maybe it's this one. Doesn't make any sense. Ha. Okay, in reverse, I can see them going that way. I feel like the direction I'm firing is in fact backwards behind me. But it's pretty directly so. Look at you not being able to give me a neat direction. So in that case, if the direction we're firing is in fact -1, look at that. And then the whole thing is acting like our positioning is simply not correct. But that's what I'm wrestling with. I'm wrestling with the fact that I'm having a lot of trouble positioning it, unless... Could it be that it needs to be a child of camera? Sure, we're not updating camera directly. That shouldn't be a thing. But all the same, I'm just very curious as to what's going to get this to work. What do we got? Haha! That was the correct direction. That's a little hard to watch. Sorry about that. What happens if we do this? Is it a dimmer flickering? No, it's still very intense indeed. Also, that is super weird. I should be seeing those firing directly from me, and yet it's like I'm not. What in the world is it up to here? It's like it's firing in my face, although... So that's crazy. So if then position was -4, does that put it behind me? If so, I won't see it. That's starting to look like it's supposed to look. Neat. Position -2. So now we are not emitting. Input. Settle down. I already did that. We're not doing that. Mouse button. So we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to scale back to here. And is mouse button pressed? So let's see now what we got to do to get that one to work. And it's going to be a left click. And let's emit. Then we can deal with sorting out how many of these fire, and then we can deal with colliding them with things. CPU particles, emit one shot, or something to that effect. There it is. And well, how do you do one-shots? Well, hang on, I bet I know. Let's see what you make of that. Oh, hello. Do we have a problem with else? Oh, we need another parenthesis, that's all. That wasn't as complicated as it looked. In fact, we don't even need those brackets because it is that simple. Now what do we got? We've got it still continuously emitting, but at least it's starting to look a little bit more like what it would look like if it was the shots like it was in the previous one. And again, you can fly straight through it. And I think these are not colliding with my dude there. And we are also not stopping emitting. So there's a thing. Are we set to emitting somewhere else? We've set it to off there. We can set it to off there. Isn't there a one-shot in here somewhere? Alrighty, those are some changes. At least it's visible now. Let's see what it does this time. It continues to fire is what it does. Well, it needs to go faster, but it also needs to not be constantly firing. So why is it constantly firing? Is mouse button pressed, mouse button left? I'm pretty sure I wasn't pressing it. If we set both of these to false, does that help? It should be a Boolean. If we do this, are we still emitting? Yes, we are. Where? Where are we firing emitting here? No. Alrighty, what's going on here? Can you shut it off at all, I wonder? Or am I simply firing it somewhere else? Up! Aha! Aha! That would explain a lot, wouldn't it? Let's not have that be there. All right, at which point now it should be not emitting. Lovely. And now it should be sitting there in front of my face. That's weird. Why is it doing that? Okay, don't know why we're doing that. We are continuing to show it on screen after it's been fired. So what's going on with this? Every time we seem to think we get something going, then it's acting weird and doing something else. Turn one shot off and see if that helps. I don't honestly know if there is a setting you need to know about. Local coordinates. It should be in world space. So it wouldn't be that. What if we change draw order? Does that do anything useful? Off we go, boop. We have an unpleasant tendency to draw it directly in front of the screen and then not be able to erase it until we're good and done. That's weird. What am I getting wrong with this silly thing? Well, getting ready to make dinner pretty soon, but not just yet. I don't think this actually helped. I think we can draw it perhaps in order of view depth. I do think one thing I can do here with albedo and let's see. Yeah, disable shadows. Don't need that. Let's draw it as nearest neighbor because it's meant to be kind of glittery. Don't need a detailed texture. Disable ambient, disable specular, disable all of that stuff. And blend mode is add. What do I need to do to make that initial one not show up, I wonder? We're disabling transparency because it's just being drawn on add mode. And I can back off the albedo a little bit, which will make it look nicer because we've got such a boost in there. Don't know what render priority. That's fine. That's how bright it is now. Let's have a look at it again, even though it's not fixed yet. Alrighty, why is it leaving one right in front of my face? What's it doing? Maybe I can reposition that? Hang on. Particle's position, rather than being -2, what if it's 0? Does it begin to work normally? Aha! I know why it's not letting me do more either. That essentially fixed it. So emitting off, lifetime can be long lifetime. Okay, this can be a larger number. I think that's going to be the limit. That's going to be normal enough, I guess. Yeah, so drawing it at 2 is placing one immediately in front of the camera at all times. That's not great. But we're able to hack that a little bit. Keep scale would cause them always to be the same size. Or actually, maybe not. Let's try that again. See if I have my rapid fire going. Okay, if I go forwards, they don't fire. If I go backwards, they do. And then they disappear. So that's kind of blinding. On the other hand, if I can collide with them, can I? I am not colliding with them. I am finding them a little blinding. Distance fade. That ought to fix it. Distance fade, distance fade. It's not going to be this. Not going to need that. Okay, let's go and find distance fade. I should be able to make them fade out when they are closer to me, I think. I think I can also make them fire a lot faster, but that's a whole other question that I probably don't need to deal with right now. don't think I need to worry about that. That part's working okay for the moment. Velocity can increase. Ah, visibility range, good. What's fade mode? Particle system should be spitting particles out just into the world. I'm going to be wanting to get them to collide. But not all that bad consider. Oh, node 3D visibility. Oh, I see. Visible on. Don't want to change that. Also, how's that? Seems legit. Visibility range, fade mode. LOD transitions should be fine. Dependencies. I am using forward plus, so I can use all of these. Visibility range. Begin at 4 meters and no specific end. Disabled because it's at 0. Now what do we got? We have visibility range engaged. Okay, that's not doing a visibility range. That's still blinding the heck out of me. Also, it would be fun to revolve or rotate these. It's a pity that I can't do that. But yeah, that's too bright. It needs to be less visible. Thank you. I'm liking the way they go, but what do I got to do to override that stuff? We seem to be able to how about this? Oh, fade mode disabled. Very good. Let's enable it then. Self. And as we have enabled it, let's dial it right back down to smaller amounts then. And see whether that has made that invisible now. Or only visible at certain distances. What do we got? Okay, I'm not seeing it. It is just possible that that worked. And I may have just had it at way too large a size. Begin at 4 meters, begin margin 0. What do we got? Because again, we have to override it so that it is not blinding as it kicks in. Unfortunately, it looks like we have simply made it so that it doesn't register at all, as if it is not paying attention to that other trying to see whether I can see it at all. Can't see it at all. That suggests either end is overriding things and refusing to deal. What's begin margin mean? Oh, it'll change its visibility when it goes over or under begin by this amount. So that should be a hard break right there. And n could be a really large number like 2048. And fade mode could possibly be the problem here. But I don't know, so I don't know whether I'll find out. Probably don't need to worry about that. Now what have we got? Margin is smaller and the max margin is much larger. I ain't seeing it. Let's see if we can put it back by disabling all of this stuff. So fade mode disabled, everything off. Do we have our blinding zaps? We sure do. I am attempting to make it not visible when it is occluding the entire screen like that. Because it's a little overwhelming and flashy. Also, apparently that didn't matter, so let's see what happens if we simply don't have it. Well, that's pretty. It's just showing on my screen too hard. Also, I think maybe I'm able to outrun them. Go forwards real fast and so what would happen if I used velocity and accelerated it by that much? That might work. Don't want an angular velocity. Length. And it should be plus whatever it actually was. So we had it at, what was the velocity then? It's a amount of that much. Speed, maybe the one version that we want. I feel like it should be velocity. initial velocity, so 5. Alrighty, so if we do that, what do we get? That worked. Our direction's acting a little weird. Don't seem to be able to do negative velocity. And we appear to have just ramped up our velocity enormously by going really fast without scaling it back down again. So here's as fast as we're going now. Hit the brakes and fire in a different direction. It's still going that fast. Also, it shouldn't be drawing behind the rock. That's crazy. What's going on with that? Surely there is a better way of doing that. Well, if we just take linear velocity length, I think it is not updating that. But we can fix that. We run this every time. We can simply constantly update it. Initial velocity is probably, and see, do that. So now the velocity may be literally 0. But if I go faster, it's going as fast as I was going. And then it doesn't actually slow down. So that's a bit puzzling. I would have thought it would return. Also, we have not yet solved, or have we? Okay, sometimes it is drawing it behind the rock. That might be because that's one of the phantoms. Or not. Let's find out. Nope, that's really there. But it's definitely trying to draw it from behind that rock. So that makes no sense at all, but I believe that's possible to fix. Also, you're going to have to give me a moment because I'm having a food issue. I have to go and thaw out my tacos. Sorting. Oh, I bet I know what's going on. We didn't do anything with fade mode successfully, but there's something to do with drawing order. And I bet you that's causing the layering problems. So let's see where to find that. Drawing. Ah, view depth. So if we have a normal draw order, maybe that's going to behave better. It's being drawn in view depth, seem to be placing it behind everything. Yeah, it's very strange. Haven't figured that one out yet. Working on it. That shouldn't matter. We don't need gravity. We were going to add a velocity, and I can still do that. We can have that initial velocity start out at 0. I don't know if radial or tangential acceleration makes any difference or sense. No angles. Scale should be fine. It's a pity I can't have it twirl, but then perhaps I can. Let's see where we're at. And maybe I should also be overriding max, because it might be pushing max up but then not bringing it back down. I think that may very well be a thing. Because remember, I increased min. So off those go. If I go forwards, those are being all drawn behind the rock again. In fact, so much that I can't even see them anymore. Well, does it do the same thing to the bots? Oh, well, I found it. And now the camera has pulled back, and I can see that it is firing from inside there, and it is not stopping. We don't have any collision here. We're going through. So that rock stuff is weird. I don't know why the order of operations is going that way. I would imagine the typical, well, maybe particle collision. Give me a second. Two things. One, I should throw another log on the fire, and two, I have to go and thaw out my food for dinner. I'm getting tacos. Need to thaw that out. Just throw on a flat piece of wood. Keep the fire going pretty good. I shall be right back. everybody. I'm back. I'm ready to try to solve some of these crazy things. So, I don't know why it seems to be only accelerating and not decelerating. Like, this should do it. Let's find out if that's true. Yep, so slowly, quicker, reverse. But if I'm going backwards, and we're back to slow again. See, if I'm going backwards, that's going to make it fire forwards faster. Whereas I go forwards really fast, and it'll take off. But if I go backwards really fast, that's also doing the same speed thing. So in theory, what I need to do is work out whether I'm going forwards or backwards and use that instead. What would that mean? Well, I don't know whether it's related to direction. We can keep these the same, but then if I don't use length and instead I use some other parameter, because this may be related to the direction I'm pointing. So if I choose right, so this may be in world coordinates, in which case it's going to act weird. But weird is fun, right? We love weird. Forwards. And clearly that was not correct. Mind you, if my velocity slows right down, well, that's fine. But then if I go to the side, nothing. Backwards. Okay, now it's come back at me. Okay. I think my velocity is depending very greatly on what direction I'm pointing. So I think that's a vertical angle. See? No speed, slowly. Go down and you fire up even faster. Go up and it's negative. So, well, now what does this do? I don't know, but we're about to find out. Okay, seems like they're all about the same, really. I would love being able to rotate these guys slightly more. What if this? Base speed of 5, but then we're going to subtract whatever that nonsense is. That has to do with how we're lerping in the direction of that, so that is a thing. Oh, hi, we just crashed it. Yeah, that didn't work. That's not going to be what I want. That's for a position. Almost certainly length is the one I'm going to want. There's a squared length too. One thing at a time. We can have that basically working. Pew and pew. Maybe I should be using squared. And we still got to get it to render in front of that rather than behind it. It is indeed strange the way it's shooting behind the rock. I am getting the opposite behavior, but z-index should be the answer. Let's go and find its z-index layering stuff in here, if we can. Perhaps I need to be in view depth. Oh, is this where we shaded and not the other one? Fine. Let's find out. So what counts as animation then? Also, I'm interested in making this fade stuff work. Surely there's a way of doing that. Visibility. Oh, hi. Sorting. That might matter. Haha. That should not be sorted based on the AABB center. That's got to be the problem with that one. Now, sorting offset, we could have that be slightly larger, but we shall see. And let's take fade mode off for the moment. And having done this, yeah, I really should be using the square. Now let's see if we're drawing on top of this anymore. No, in fact, we draw right through it. So I feel, oh, hi. Okay, you do have tangible reality, unfortunately. I've yeeted it off into this direction. There's only one of them. They are all busily moving. And the particles do not have collision of any kind. So we can draw them on top, yeah. Unfortunately, they constantly layer, they do not collide, they do not stop. So now they're always shooting in front of the rock, whether or not they're actually behind it. Also, let's try the length squared. It feels like linear velocity really needs to amp itself up a bit. See if that works first of all, before trying anything else. Okay, yeah, we definitely don't need to square it quite as much as all that. Look here, motionless, and then going much faster, and that velocity ramps itself up into the stratosphere very rapidly. So we don't need square, but we do need slightly more than the existing velocity. So what we could do is have it consistently be length times something. Is there a way I can do that? No. I always like putting in parentheses even when they are redundant. So I'm never really sure what the operations are. And I don't like leaving it. See, it's grayed out, meaning that I could have not done that, but I prefer to. So rather than length squared, we do length times 2. It makes it look it's a pity I can't do only relative to in the direction you're going, but I can't, so. Point being, I would like to make these so that you can aim at Mr. Dude here. I also gotta get that fading thing going. Or indeed aim at that. And they need to collide, and I don't know if that's possible with these particles. But there's one way to find out. There's somebody's very basic question. Okay, so GPU particles cannot connect to the physical world. You have to set up nodes. That's not working wonderfully. On the other hand, I could be running this on the GPU and that would be fine. This would increase the number of nodes in everything in the scene. Mind you, they don't have to be particles. I could make them just little rigid bodies that are flying really fast. I'm probably not going to be wanting to use a particle system for this then. Yeah, looks to me like we don't get to do collisions with these. CPUs can't actually perform as well anyhow. Only the GPUs have collisions. A sphere is technically what it would be. Okay. So that is not actually helpful. But we can do that and even get the next level. Oh, I bet I can see this one. This one's liquid eye strain. That's not you. Probably not you either. Oh, nope, clearly not. Our world size is very small here, so we can see all the instances. And that is honestly not bad. I was hoping to be able to do something like that. That was it. Now let's see if it's still able to, using this much smaller world size. Now what's that? Apart from not moving very fast. Okay, that's not the one I want. Here is a pair that are updating very quickly, or at least when they touch each other, they're updating very quickly. Watch them go. Neither of them are the one I'm seeking. That is not either. I feel like I went straight through it. That's not purple, so that can't be purpholstery. I already know that's not. None of these guys are moving very fast, but they're not supposed to be. I already saw that one. It didn't do anything. So part of the deal with setting this one up for playing is that it needs to not spawn guys that can't be reached. Oh, hello. Well, that's a purplish looking. Ha, got there. I don't know why I call it purpholstery. It does not look like upholstery to me. It was a little hard to see. It's kind of dark. Next level, tie-dye. Okay, that at least should be visible. Oh, I'm pushing the wrong button. I was pushing E. So it ain't you. But that looks like tie-dye to me. Does it look like tie-dye to you? Because that looks like tie-dye to me. But I win. And we can also see that all of the other instances are visible. The point is to be able to go through these zones so that everything you need can be seen. Well, that just blinked out of existence. But we can still kind of see everybody. The rocks are kind of rendered off way into the distance, at least if I've implemented them correctly. You're supposed to be able to see those and those and these, but it's supposed to be farther away so that all the various instances are just way the heck off in the distance. So let's fool with some of the basic rendering then. World size back to 1000. We can make the fog depth end at world size times 2. This might still be too far to see the actual bots in the distance. And that's a concern. You need to be able to see that, but also see anybody else way the heck off in the distance, and I do not see it back there. So I feel like I need to adjust the distance some more. It can be a consistent distance, but it needs to be, I think, smaller than that. I feel like I tried 768 and that worked before. I see a dot way off there. And I see a dot off there. So if I approach this guy, I maybe shouldn't be able to see the other instance. But that's probably fine. And if I go straight up, See that there? See the little blink? If you can see it, you can approach it. So that's the one I would need to touch, but this is another one that is not the one I need to touch. And likewise, I should be able to see its alter ego at the limits of perception. Don't know whether I can, though. Nope, I can. See, it's going to be that dot in the distance. I see it occasionally blinking. Getting the size right is important. Makes it more playable. We'll try 700 for a distance. And let's also make the difficulty match that and see what that does. Ooh, we're looking for Ferrari yellow. So no matter where we're at, apart from the fact that there's this dumb guardian thing there, I should be able to see that in a bunch of different directions. Like there's one up there, and there's one down there. So no matter which direction you're looking, you should be able to see pretty much all the instances. So the tiny speck in the distance may be another instance of Ferrari yellow. Let's find out. And it is. So then if we do this, and we start at level 300, things ought to get a little busy. All too busy, I would guess. Something's wrong. That is not a good frame rate. What happened? Okay, let's try level 100 and see what it makes of that. Something went wrong. Maybe world size wasn't cooperative. Maybe it was creating too many of these asteroids and stuff. So these basically need to be replaced with an actual instance of something. But I probably can get away with not having that be duplicated in every direction, and that'll make it run a little more efficiently. Because what it is doing is firing off that particle system, and that's fine, but I can't make them actually collide with anything. I don't think I can even access the particles in any way. So that's a bit of a slowing things down. Because they need to be able to go bazoop, intersect with one of those guys, and then it should fire these zaps off in turn in some direction. And yet that's kind of not what's happening. Though we do have lots of little guys happily derping around among all these big asteroids and stuff. We do have that going on. Ooh, look, I'm going to first zap directly through the asteroid, and then I'm going to ram it. Off it goes. Yeah, so technically, I do not need to worry about having the firing fade close, because I'm not going to be using particle systems for this anyway. So we don't have a way of interacting with that. But the rest of this stuff is working okay. I don't know what was happening running up to that higher level of, it kind of froze up after a certain point. So maybe we walk in the direction of that and see what went wrong. We'll try 150. Okay, level 150 seems to be functioning. In fact, I'm kind of digging it. Excuse me, throwing another log on the fire, as I do. Picking one I like. How about this one? It wasn't that cold outside today, but it's still very much winter, so I'm guessing it's just going to kind of be like that. Also, I think my humidifier kettle has boiled to the dry. No matter. Getting right towards the end of stream today. I don't think I'm going to go and find Batix, unless that's it over there. Are you Batix? Thing is, Batix is not tie-dye, so difficulty level seems to be working okay, though. Difficulty means these guys start moving more ambitiously, and indeed that is what I see. I see them moving more eagerly at level 150. And that's what's supposed to happen. And then I think I set it to 200 and it had a problem. So what happens if I do 190? I want to figure out what caused the problem as I ramped it up. Like, there was a time when I was able to run this at like 800. But here's the thing. The density of these asteroids ramps up as you go. On purpose. It's meant to do that. And I designed the density around a world size of 1,000. So that could be getting on top of things. It will try to create all the asteroids it needs. But they can end up sort of overlapping to such a degree that it's not really very functional. So here's a level 200 scenario, where a bunch of these guys are zipping around. Hey, I won the level without even the directions needed. Of course, now what's going to happen is I'm getting mobbed by all these guys and kind of pushed around. So if I hit space, that means I get away from all that. And also, if I go in this way, you get to see the cloud as it pursues me. See, there they are. There's actually quite a lot of them. They too tend to gather together into a giant sparkling ball, don't they? I defy you by escaping through the asteroid field. And there they come. And there they are in that direction. There's honestly quite a lot of them. See, and I can see the ones off in the distance over there. I can see 3 different instances. I cannot see myself because I am not represented in that way. But there is an instance of that cluster in every cardinal direction. You can kind of see it off in the distance if you go towards it. Go up, there's the cluster again. And that's actually a pretty good number. But that did not give me the problem that I had. So let's try to bump it to 220 and see if it fails to render. And there's where we're running into a problem. So what caused that? What was the point at which it fails to work? And what can I do to maybe make it not do that so much? Well, difficulty ramps up. Don't know if that should matter. Rendering the rocks alters. See, what I'm trying to do is figure out how this interacts. And maybe this is not the day for me to successfully be able to do that. There's spawn bot. Total bot's less than level. So we're at 220. If we drop this down to times 2.0, well, leaving it at 220, do we go to where it will run again? If so, it has to do with the rocks. It had to do with the rocks. Oh, and we just lost it. Interesting. What happens if we do something different? Way fewer rocks. didn't change anything else. Now what do we get? Because it could be simply just the number of them. Nope, it's not happy. That did not work. So it's not about the number of rocks. Probably not the size either. So we need to do one of those. Those look like they ought to be legit. I think this is making the one initial one. Can this guy work if we just put him like literally outside the world? Well, that's probably legit. Oh, but I don't have it up and running yet. So that's supposed to be able to work even if it's not too dense. However, bot might be causing issues. That stuff is probably fine, but we have a thing called difficulty that is showing up. And it may be, see here we got this. I don't understand how that would be breaking though. Unless it is somehow that ramping up so hardcore that physics counter needs to be higher or it becomes upset. I am not entirely sure. Or if acceleration was becoming in hyperspace, that would be another issue. Let's see, we're in 220 again. Earlier versions of this were able to run with hundreds. Oh, we just lost it. No good. Quick try and see what high difficulty does to it. Same thing. Does it also freeze and crash? Yep. Took a little longer. It's really chugging. Ooh, a lot of allocations. What do we got here? Ooh, something's infinite. That's not good. Well, could it have to do with speed? Let's make them all just sit there. Bots don't move. If bots don't move, and this runs fine, then the problem has to do with acceleration as a factor of difficulty. Ah. Okay, that answers things nicely. Long as that is working, it ground to a halt because it was trying to do infinite speed. So let's see how it behaves on like level 800. Now that we know that that was what was crashing it, and now there's nothing moving. What have we here? Might be a complete mess. Okay, level 800 is kind of crowded with rocks. This is kind of a lot of asteroids. Not gonna lie. I'm going to suggest that I need to make there be less rocks. It's not particularly happy, but on the other hand, it didn't crash because the acceleration wasn't as insane. So I can probably cap the acceleration. Oh, I've gone past 5 o'clock. Well, we're having too much fun. Isn't that usually the way? Like, oh, I can't stop now. Playing with things. How about not using cube root of world size? How about instead we just use this and see what we can make out of it? And just ramp it up as needed. So what do we got if we've just got 5 there? That should make far fewer rocks. And indeed it has. And we have this massive constellation of bots that you have to search through to find the one that you seek. They are all blinking rather rapidly. And you can kind of see them all under the distance. When they start actually moving, that's when things get messy. But they're all kind of derping along, even though they're not actually moving. And we're getting a half decent frame rate. We can even make them move by punting them. So there's your level 500. These are all sandbot. Let's start ramping up the number of rocks. How about 10 times the square root of level? I can't see how many people are watching this stream because I have a window in the way. Oh, I made too many. However, that's useful to know. And it remains weirdly performant. Let's dial that back. I didn't dial it back by much. Oh, it didn't move Guardian. That seems weird. The physics are becoming upset. Being crushed by giant rocks. Times 4. I was using cube roots earlier, and so that's going to have an effect. We'll keep cutting it in half until we get something that acts a little bit more normal without being too normal. Ah. Okay, that's looking more normal. It takes a while to generate them all, though. I think we can bump that up a little bit. Let's take it to 5. We're at 800. Let's take it to 900. That's when things really start to chug. And then once we're finished, we're going to put a cap on how fast they can accelerate, and that should stop everything from crashing and going crazy. While still making it effectively an impossible level, you shouldn't be able to play 900 levels of this. Should start out as like its own kind of challenge and then become ridiculous as you continue to go. So here's our more or less maximally dense asteroid field with the ginormous number of stationary bots sitting in here. It is extremely cluttered and hard to get around. Oh, hello. I think I just saw purple ones. Like in this context, they don't get to move. So if I can find the right... And they're blinking very rapidly because this is as often as they would be changing direction. Which is quite often indeed. Yep, see, I thought I saw purplish ones over here. Are you lilac ripples? No, you were not. Well, I can see those guys next to you that look exactly the same. How about you? Nope. How about you? Nope. Well, those look kind of the same as each other, so I'm not going to get anywhere, but I feel like I'm in the right location. Holy crap, they're making shadows. How's that? That's kind of intense, and I didn't really expect it. So you're supposed to be able to fire these little zaps in their direction. And then if they've seen one like you, they get to approach you. What about you? Nope. I'm now getting curious because I know that one of these is the one of which I seek. There's just no telling which. What about that one? Nope. Color's about right, though. A planet is landing on my head. Those guys are all sitting on the surface of this planet. Bunch of green ones up there. That's definitely not lilac ripples. And you know what? That's fine. I also need to work out how to get it multi-threading so that it can use all the computer, because so far everything is using one CPU. And I feel like that should be possible to do a little better than that. But first, let's see if we can deal with this. Well, alrighty. Type method group and float. Interesting. Is it supposed to be this? It was supposed to be that. Okay. Cool beans. I'm not setting it. I'm reading it. So in theory, this will be able to run and it won't explode. But if I have the velocity too high, it will still explode. Let's find out. At least it shouldn't be infinite. Let's see if it grinds itself to a halt. I'm really doing a torture test in it this time. Up. We are stalling out. We are freezing. Yep, that's not going to work. So while they were not moving, it was able to run with that many of them. But then it stopped being able to. I got the beach ball of doom. Maybe I can do a force quit. It is not happy. Oh, okay. How about brief little window of being able to see the thing. Force quit. There you go. Alrighty. If the length is larger than 1, then linear velocity. Heck, we can even it is going to need an F there, but we can even slow them down. And I'm also going to dial it back from 900 because it's never really been able to run that many. What do we got? Oh, it said something about the axis needs to be normalized. Alrighty. It's not happy. Am I going to have to force quit it again? Maybe so. Unreferenced static string, so it's being overwhelmed. It is being overwhelmed. Let's dial it back some. And let's blank the velocity if it goes too crazy. While allowing it to ramp up a little bit. And we're going to see whether this does anything useful. Also, I feel like that physics counter should be indented. Actually, a lot of this looks kind of weird. What's our indenting supposed to be like here? Reformatting code. That's apparently how it wants to see it. Already still running a very high number, but this time we are setting velocity to 0 if it goes crazy. And we dialed back the numbers just a hair. That's a crash. Let's see if it lets me quit. We got a lot of infinity. It's freaking out. Physics body, collision objects. That's just a lot of infinite things. And me messing around with these velocities doesn't seem to be helping all that much. So maybe it's not even having to do with that at all. Let's dial that right back and see if we can run it one final time with the excessive number of bots. And a large number of asteroids. And we've not crashed just yet. So apparently we can go to about 300. And I'm not really quite sure when it hits the wall. It doesn't seem to be about asteroid density. Those need to be rigid bodies so that they can collide with things. And all of these guys are now difficult to manage, and having new thoughts very often, and taking on speed, and bobbing and weaving and evading in the way that they do. The frames are kind of lacking here, but there's a nice little scrum. See, in the original game, it was on a 2D thing. But if you fired a zap like that, if it hit a bot, it would go fire a zap of its own in the direction of the last time it saw something like you. And then you would go off and pursue whatever that was. So it would be a matter of aiming and such. That's tie-dye, not light show. Anytime you see one where there's more than one instance of it, guaranteed it's not the one you're looking for. But there sure are lots of them everywhere. In fact, they are so busily moving around that they are bumping the asteroids and moving them. And if we go straight up, we will find this very... Well, what was that about? There was a guy that was sitting there being completely still until it disappeared. That's weird. I don't know what that was about. We can go straight up. And there's that same cluster of bots. And there's that guy. What on earth was that doing? Fine, I'll go up again, see if I can find him. Maybe that's the one that is making infinite speed. Maybe it reached infinite speed and that's why it was motionless. Yeah, see? Look at that. It is completely motionless. Oh, wait, no, I know what that is. That is a bunch of bots overlaid onto each other at 0, 0. This is 0, 0. I'm only going to go half an hour over stream. Let's see, what will we be doing? I know, I'll make it more densely packed with rocks. Yeah, that's the thing that happens too. Oh, can't do that. Didn't work. That's no good. I need to do that threading. I need to implement threading. Then there's a half a chance that this kind of thing can actually run. Oh, died again. See, we are really ramping up the size of the rocks here so they can become unreasonably large, and that can cause a problem. can switch over to cube root and just go for a larger initial size. That'll ramp it up more quickly at first. There we are, nice little asteroid field, but they can still move around. And then just for laughs, dial it right down to like 100 and see what that level looks like. Okay, didn't like that. It did not survive being set to 100. Fine, what if we set it to 10? Yeah, happy then? Weird how it would like 200, but oh. Nope, I think it's good this time. I could just come up with the number of rocks and have that consistently be it, but then that would make the lower levels that much harder. And it fell over. So what I'm wondering is what's causing it to do that? And this may not be the time because it's 5:30 now and I'm supposed to have dinner. I just can't resist trying to figure out what's going on. If we start that as smaller, that's the only thing I've changed. Do we fall over and die now? Signs point to nope. Well, then here's a question. Maybe it's the sheer number of them? So if instead we ramp up the size like that, it will finish the number of rocks way quicker. And then I can see how many fewer there are. So that started up real quick. Meaning, back to the square root and ramping up the first size and seeing what it takes to make it crash again. Okay, here's what we're getting. Larger and larger planets is what we're getting. And I think that may be, yep. That's just the size of one ginormous planet. It reproduces up and down and side to side. We can kind of see the full size of the universe that way. And which is cool. But we can mess with it further. I think I have to make that be an int. I think that's an int-sized calculation. Alrighty, so now we're starting at square root of level, which can be quite large, but we're not dialing back the numbers nearly as aggressively. We're having larger numbers of really giant planets. But they're not really filling space, are they? But we're not attempting a large level, are we? So now we try an unreasonably large level of like 400 and see whether we're grinding it to a halt again. Again, there is, if I get this working with threading, ooh, look at that. Oh, hey, we have crazy physics, but it's not stopping. That's neat. This is terrible, but I love the fact that it's not ceasing to run. Maybe it's because these are large, but there's not that astronomical level of them. Let's test that assumption. We'll dial back the maximum size, but leave the total numbers about the same, and see if we get something that scales conveniently with the number of levels, because that did not actually grind to a halt. Okay, this is a daunting asteroid field. It is, oh, and look, I'm looking for Art Deco stucco parrot. Well, that's going to be difficult to find, but on the other hand, I know what that one looks like real well. Final thing in the stream, actually play the game and attempt to find Art Deco stucco parrot. Not you. Also, this is an area where the colliders aren't really working because physics does not function across the boundaries of space. So what you're seeing here is not really stuff taking the same position, but the edge of space where two asteroids are overlapping as they wrap around. Let's see if we can find Art Deco stucco parrot, or perhaps not. Might not be able to. Might be too hard. It's probably not hanging around here. Those are green colored. It's got bright, it's got black, it's got white, and it's got bright reds on its texture. So it could find itself. Again, I know what that texture looks like. Those are more orange. Huh. Okay, that's weird. Okay, these are on the black side. That one's Yowza, I think. That's mold. These are some very large asteroids. None of these guys are Art Deco stucco parrot. Mind you, being able to search for them like this poses entirely different problems regarding if you zap one of them with a zap, like so, boop, and it hits the bot, it has to be able to point in the direction of where it last saw you, but pick the closest available between either the real direction or the inverse direction. And any of those could be altered a little bit by what was most nearby, or I'm not sure if I'm making good sense of that. I'd also like to be able to deal with the colliders better. I feel like these need to not overlap as they go through the like finding your way through these kinds of things. This is pretty cool, but when they start overlapping as they bridge the edges of the universe, less helpful, because it's not making visual sense anymore. And there is exactly one bod in all of this that's the one I'm looking for, and I know what it looks like and where it's likely to be or not be. But so far we're drawing a blank. And this is meant to be the gameplay, sort of, you're supposed to be able to query them, but it's also this sort of meditative, like, ooh, giant asteroid field. And wandering through there, trying to find the one that matches you, at which point everybody else mobs you, which is amusing in its own right. I don't know if I should actually continue playing this until I actually find it. The fact that I know which one I seek, that if I was near it, it'd be like, you, that's the one. Like, it's not that guy. That's a bright red color. It's not that, but it has some things in common with it. And I even still have a degree of, like, little bit of frame rate, a little bit of performance to go about pursuing these things as they zip around from place to place. And the one that I'm seeking, again, part of its texture is bright red, part of its texture is black, part of its texture is white. It's going to be moving in a way that one like this is not. That one's just only red, so it's only staying in one place, but all of these asteroids are being moved around and impinging upon the other asteroids and changing the geometry of the level. So I was shooting for something kind of like that in terms of it being a challenge, it being an interesting thing. You're supposed to be able to query them and have hints for where you're supposed to go. But it's also supposed to be like, okay, flying down under here, and then over there, and then never told me the odds. So maybe let's call it a day before it is actually 6 o'clock. After all, this is what you'd call a very challenging game to finish at a level of however many hundred this is. You're technically supposed to maybe not be able to win it at this level. Although the rock size thing seems to be working. Oh, that's only level 400 even. So you dial it back to level 100. And we do get lots of large, giant asteroids, although funnily enough, the way this is working, it's not scaling them down to small ones. Like the size of the asteroid field, the rocks just end up getting bigger as you go. And they're fading in the distance because it's an infinite asteroid field. You just keep going. Or at a very low level, there's hardly any rocks in there at all. And you're just looking for something by color. And being pursued by all the other little dudes as they go. So yeah, I should probably have more in the way of numbers of rocks here. But, I mean, hey, the last time I did that, it didn't even have the instancing last week. So for this week, it's not so bad. I managed to try to do the shots fired in a direction. It's not my fault that the particle system doesn't have rotation, doesn't have colliders, doesn't have any of those things. But it's fairly straightforward as to what to do to kind of roll your own particle system. Just launch a bunch of rigid bodies and have them canceled as they go beyond too far away. And that's just deleting them once they get past the range. Should not even require that many of them. Anyhow, I will talk to you later. I'm going to go off and have my tacos. And I'll see you on Thursday. We'll see what else we can get going.